Good to go, Chris? Okay, thank you very much.
And you won't forget I'm here.
I will not, Councillor Hamlin,
Okay.
not at all.
All right, thank you.
All right, so it's 5 p.m. and I'm going to call the Standing Committee to order. This is the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee, and we will begin with the land acknowledgement, and I will ask Mayor Saunderson to read that, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship that it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous peoples within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you very much. And to begin, before we adopt the agenda, I'd just like to recognize Mayor Saunderson. This is his last Development and Operations Committee meeting before his leave, and to thank you for your contributions to the committee. It's not a committee that's for the faint of heart, given all the other committees you're on, so thank you for that. All right, so with the adoption of the agenda, we have 2 amendments noted. So I'll read the motion. It's that the content of the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee agenda for April 11, 2022 be adopted as amended. 7.5 has been added, a staff report to PW 2022-02, 2021 Annual Wastewater Performance Report, and 9.3, a consent agenda item has been added. Live, Work, Play, Inc. and DEPUTATIONS Management Limited response to Staff Report P 2022-15, Proposed Minister Zoning Order MZO, Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village. And then additional, if amenable to the committee members, to assist with the flow of discussions on agenda item 7.1 regarding the MZO for the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village, I am proposing to move agenda item 5.1, which is the deputation specific to item 7.1, to follow staff's presentation. And if there are any committee members that would oppose to that change? If not, I'll get a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the agenda as amended. Deputy Mayor Hall. Vice Chair Doherty. Okay. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. That brings us to declarations of pecuniary interest. Are there any declarations this evening? I have one. With respect to 7.6, the Mountain Road expropriation for widening a family. It's a code of conduct. A family member is a principal and the owner of 80 and 90 Mountain Road. So I will be recusing myself from that item, and Vice Chair Doherty will take the helm for that. And so we all know that if something comes to your attention during the meeting, be sure to get my attention. And Councillor Hammond, you might just have to do what you did before and just say to me, I sometimes can't see your hand, so just make sure I hear you if there's something comes up. And so we have moved deputations, so that brings us right into the interim control bylaw update, which will be given as usual by our CAO, Sonia Skinner. Sonia, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon me, I'm just going to get myself back on the Zoom call up at the front here. Wonderful. So this is the regular update that the committee or council and the public receive each week. So next slide, please. The resolution that dictates that we do this update is summarized on the screen right now, and it's asked that we include things like the water supply agreement negotiations, tendering, exemptions, building permits, and water supply. So those are generally included. We have some information on building permits that will come forward at an upcoming meeting. Next slide. So the situation has not changed. In general, the water supply is safe and available, the water that is being provided to residents and businesses today. As soon as they became aware of the difficult situation, Council has been proactive and transparent and continues to be. We've used an interim control bylaw, which temporarily and transparently pauses growth to ensure we grow as a complete community. However, with the new lens of growing as a complete community, Council and the development community have availed ourselves of an exemption process, and all of the 2021 ready-to-go development applications were looked at through this lens, and those did proceed or were given the okay to proceed, and most residential renovations and additions can continue. Please, if you're looking to do one of those or to build a business or anything else in Collingwood, talk with our planning and building departments to verify the situation for your own business or house. With the chlorine maximized and the new ultraviolet expected in the existing plant, we're closing in on the capacity to meet our expected growth, but we're not quite there. And there's some new words. We've made them in red this week, so some of the changes are more obvious. So the new plant commissioning is what we're targeting for the end of 2025 or very early within 2026. So that is the part that would allow the new renewed volumes of water to be produced. However, there will be some work continuing into, we expect, mid-2026 with respect to renovations at the existing plant and other finishing items. Next slide, please. We changed the order of the presentation this week. We're definitely, I hope, down to the brass tacks with respect to the land use planning study and the next steps. So this is the first half of the presentation today. Next slide. And we also have a new little graphic for you. So the land use planning study is complete, and it led to a recommendation to Council, which Council has accepted, around a servicing capacity allocation framework. So the framework includes three pieces, and one at the top and the one on the right, which is the zoning bylaw and the allocation policy, both need to be completed in order to lift the interim control bylaw. So in the top, the zoning bylaw amendment, I'll talk about this in a moment. However, we have received several appeals, and under the Planning Act, that means if those are not resolved, they will trigger an automatic extension of the interim control bylaw. Council has adopted in the bottom right the allocation policy for water, so that water would be allocated reasonably early in the development process using a set of community values that we hope will help us grow very well as a complete community. As well, there's a third component in the bottom left, the official plan update, and that will follow. We don't need to finalize that to lift the interim control bylaw, but it will follow in with the official plan update that's proposed to go to public consultation pending Council endorsement of the consultation later this late spring or early summer. Next slide. So right now we have 3 appeals received to the zoning bylaw amendment. They're noted on the slide. 2 of those were granted an exemption from the ICBL. And next slide, please. The staff and the town solicitor to date have met with 2 of the 3 appellants on a without prejudice basis, and we have scheduled the 3rd meeting. And the intention is that after we better understand the scope and nature of these appeals and hopefully why they had been put forward, we'd be in a good position to provide, with the town solicitor, some legal and technical advice to Council on next steps. And those next steps may include consideration of additional exemptions to the interim control bylaw if that's necessary to meet our needs as a complete community in the interim. Next slide, please. And we're not currently entertaining applications for interim control bylaw exemptions. However, if you've received one, please proceed as you would normally through the planning and building permit processes. And if you have not been granted one, but you are required to get planning approvals, you can still submit those applications and interact with staff to mature those applications, but we won't bring them forward until the interim control bylaw is completed or you've received an exemption through a future process. Next slide. With respect to the plant and the water capacity update, next slide. There's one update this week on this slide of things that are happening. In particular, there was a presentation to committee and council in the past month, and we looked at a temporary membrane approach that could further enhance the volume available under the existing plant, although there were some considerations with cost and the capacity of the site. And council asked that we talk to our other municipal customers about this option, and that work is underway. Next slide, please. The project milestones have not changed. We are working to finalize the agreement with New Tecumseh, and that was targeted for winter. And upon reflection of this slide, it does say the expanded water capacity could be achieved in late 25 or very early in 2026. And in a future version, we'll talk about commissioning versus those final renovations at the plant. Next slide, please. The remaining water supply has not changed since the last several presentations. The final exemptions given by council a month or so ago left us at 489 single dwelling units of available water. With the interim UV and the existing plant installed, which we expect late in 2022, it would rise to 1,280 SDUs. And pending how we move forward with the plant construction and are willing to, council is willing to delve somewhat into our safety factor and or the decisions on the membrane, more water could become available in the interim as well. Next slide. That is our update for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CAO Skinner. Do the committee members have any questions for the CAO? Yeah, Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to CAO Skinner. As the Chair pointed out, I'm getting short on meetings now before I step away, and I'm just wondering if I could make a request that there be an update at our upcoming council meeting in terms of the negotiations with New Tech on finalizing the agreement. We've been aiming for that, and yeah, I know we've had a number of discussions, and I just would like to get an update. We were hoping to have that done before now.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. We have been in some intense negotiations with New Tecumseh, and we are ready to come forward with an update. We'll determine in the next couple of days whether that'll appear on the in-camera and or the open agenda, but we can certainly get you an update for our meeting on the 19th of this month.
Thank you. Okay, so if there's no other questions on that item, I managed to skip over number 4. Business arising from the previous meeting. Is there any business arising? Okay. Seeing none, then I will go back to the regular programming. So now we're at staff reports, which is 7.1. And before I begin, I know we all know that Councillor Hamlin is on the call virtually, but she had asked for permission to join virtually, and I was, of course, pleased to have her join us because it's a very important meeting. So just so everybody knows that Councillor Hamlin is joining us virtually. So the staff report 7.1 is P 2022-15, and it's the proposed Minister's Zoning Order and MZO for the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village. And I would call on Director Valentine to make introductory comments to the staff report, and then Director Valentine will introduce the town consultants for their portion of the presentation. So take it away, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to you, committee members and members of the public that are joining us today. This report is related to a significant proposal for what is known as the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village, which I will refer to for ease as the Village. And that includes the request for a minister's zoning order to facilitate its development. As the chair mentioned, we do have a presentation to share with committee, and we also have 2 important guests who are the 2 consultants who've been providing professional advice along with town staff on this matter. We have with us today Ron Palmer from the Planning Partnership and Rowan Faludi from Urban Metrics, both of whom you will likely be familiar with as they are also part of the team working on the town's official plan. In the presentation, I will be starting with the background, and with the chair's concurrence about a third of the way through, I'll hand it over to Mr. Palmer and Mr. Faludi for the balance of the presentation. If we could start the presentation on the screen, that would be appreciated. Excellent, thank you so much. So before we begin, just a quick note that you'll see at the bottom of the slide here as well, that all of the images in this presentation, unless otherwise noted, are credited to DEPUTATIONS Management Limited and Live, Work, Learn, Play, who are the proponents for this particular project. And these images are from their public presentation, which was provided on March 7th of this year to the Town Strategic Initiatives Committee. Next slide, please. So a quick review of the village proposal. It's to be located at 7120 and 7200 Poplar Side Road in the town of Collingwood. And the village is described as a 130-acre innovative and fully integrated mixed-use community, which is focused on healthcare, sports medicine, well-being, recreation, and environmental sustainability. The master plan concept would be comprised of 7 distinct districts, and that is inclusive of approximately 2,200 purpose-built workforce and supportive housing units, more than 2 million square feet of non-residential development, including a large-scale health-based institutional anchor, 5 kilometers of trails, and an estimated 19 acres of environmentally protected recreational space. The proponents do indicate that the mix of uses would be a majority purpose-built and supportive housing along with medical and wellness services. And then there'll be a smaller subset of uses, including office and research facilities, community amenities, retail, food and beverage, and educational uses. If we could move to the next slide, please. So this would indeed be a significant and transformative development project in the town of Collingwood. And as such, there are many considerations, the most significant of which are listed on this slide. And we'll briefly touch on each of these. The subject lands do currently represent approximately 91% of the town's future industrial employment lands, and it is the largest contiguously owned parcel. The proposal, although it does include a retention of some industrial uses, would be a conversion of this traditional employment lands that would normally be considered through the county's Municipal Comprehensive Review exercise, or MCR. The draft MCR projections do show a shortfall of approximately 4,400 jobs and a deficit of over 200 hectares of traditional employment lands in the town by 2051. The proponent does estimate that the number of jobs that will be created by this particular proposal is over 3,500 conservatively, and those jobs would be primarily institutional, office, and light industrial in nature. Similarly, the conversion would also permit, in part, residential uses which would be over and above the existing designated greenfield areas in the town, which were considered sufficient to meet the anticipated population growth to 2051 through the county's MCR growth forecasts, as well as their land needs assessment. The ability for the town to achieve density targets within the existing built-up area may be challenging with the designation of additional greenfield lands, unless the town's population expectation is to be significantly increased. There would also be more than 2,200 additional units that would be competing with other developments for municipal servicing capacity through the town's new merit-based system. As far as housing goes, the proponent is committing to a minimum of 10% of housing units to be attainable, though the mechanism to ensure that this comes to pass remains a live discussion. Following along to the next point on the slide, the proposal does reserve land for a large institutional health anchor. And in 2018, the council of the day did support an MZO on these same subject lands to facilitate the relocation of the Collingwood General and Marine Hospital. And at that time, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing did deem that request to be premature until the hospital had completed planning and approvals activities to formally identify a recommended site. And as we look at the publicly available materials on the hospital's website today, they are currently in stage 2 of that capital planning, and they are following the Ministry of Health's direction to investigate the current site in relation to modernization and expansion of the hospital. The second last point on the slide, this proposal does involve public and community amenities, and part of the vision does indicate an outdoor market, gardens, pavilions, parks and trails, splash pads and playgrounds, performance spaces, and fitness facilities, and many more. Undoubtedly, these features would provide significant benefits for the multi-generational residents that would live in this community and beyond, but depending on the future ownership arrangements, they may represent an ongoing cost for the municipality, or they may not be accessible to all residents. And finally, touching on the last point on this slide, the proposal would represent an unconventional approach to economic development, where the town could be a forerunner in promoting a new form of an economy focused on health and wellness, knowledge, creative culture, and tourism. And this would largely involve setting aside the conventional perspectives about economic development and the attraction of traditional industrial and business park models of employment by embracing a different vision for the town, a vision which may better align with the town's physical location, natural amenities, changing employment trends, as well as the community-based plan and economic action plan objectives. We can move to the next slide, please. So as you can certainly appreciate from the previous slide and the comments in relation to that slide, this is a very complex matter, and it comes with inherent risks and benefits. So to that end, what Council has directed was the retention of consultants to review the proposal from a high level over a 3 to 4 week period, which would result in a minor delay to the town's official plan review program. And just to clarify, in response to one of the letters that we did receive from a member of the public, while the consultants' costs were paid for by the proponent, the consultants work independently and transparently for the town. And that is similar to a peer review type of exercise that we would normally see as part of a development application. And all meetings with the proponent and the consultant included town staff to ensure that there was no undue influence on the process. The resolution that was passed by Council, the consultants were directed to review the materials and the potential processes, to provide options, to consider public consultation, and to comment on tools that are available to achieve the vision of the village. Next slide, please. So to address the scope that was set by Council, a series of questions were developed. Those are listed on the slide. And we first looked at, in principle, if the conversion of the lands from industrial to mixed use would be a net positive for the town. And if the answer to that question was yes, a subsequent question would be, is the proposal realistic for short to midterm development? We also asked the consultants to look at the high-level opportunities, risks, impacts, benefits, and unknowns of the project, as well as what controls and tools are available to achieve the desired vision. What supporting documentation or community consultation would be recommended by the consultants for Council to make an informed decision? And the consultants also looked at the technical details of the minister's zoning order to determine if they were supportable. And lastly, looked at alternatives to the minister's zoning order option. Next slide, please. Thank you. So before the consultants take us through their analysis and their answers to those previous questions, we did think particularly for those members of the public joining us today who might not be familiar, it would be prudent to walk through what is a minister's zoning order tool, or MZO as they are known. An MZO is a tool under the Planning Act that allows the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to exercise powers to change zoning on a property. And that can be done without any notice or public consultation being legislatively required. The decision of the minister is not appealable to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and it is not required to be consistent with the provincial policy statement or to conform to local official plans. Though it's not required by legislation, the current government has made a commitment that when an MZO is proposed on private lands, that the local council would be in the driver's seat. And what this means is, in practice, we see that local councils have been asked to provide a formal endorsement of the proposed MZO before it gets forwarded on to the minister for consideration. In discussions with ministry staff, they did advise that in providing such an endorsement, it would certainly be prudent for councils to be satisfied that the proposal has planning merits and community benefits, along with ensuring that any consultation or documentation required to make an informed decision is undertaken or provided to the council. And finally, a note that MZOs are amendable and revocable by the minister. Next slide, please. So historically, the use of MZOs as a planning tool in Ontario has been relatively sparse. More recently, there have been 44 MZOs issued between March of 2019 and March of 2021, which is double the total issued over the almost previous 2 decades combined. It's well recognized that MZOs are a controversial tool. They can be successful when judiciously used in the spirit of cooperation and having regard for public interest. And there are certainly examples where MZOs have been employed efficiently with municipal and public support to deliver outcomes for projects that have provincial significance. On the other side of the coin, there are instances where MZOs have not been efficacious at achieving community goals and have been viewed as an inappropriate way to bypass local planning processes. And this is also reflected in a recent Auditor General's report that indicates MZOs have the potential to undermine and disrupt the land use planning process, reducing transparency and being open to criticism of conflict of interest and unfairness. And lastly, before we transition off this slide, a reminder that the MZO tool does only control zoning on lands. And in most cases, including for the village proposal, future Planning Act applications would be required to facilitate the development, and those would follow the normal course of action, including public consultation and appeal rights. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. And here is where, Madam Chair, with your concurrence, we would pass the presentation over to Mr. Palmer and Mr. Faludi to go through their in-depth analysis of the proposal.
Yes, please. Thank you, Director Valentine.
Thank you very much, Summer. My name is Ron Palmer, and I'm a principal at the Planning Partnership. And I've been working on this response to the MZO with Rowan Faludi, who is a principal at Urban Metrics. And I'm going to try and encapsulate our report in a few slides, some with a little more detail than others. And I will apologize in advance for the density of the text. It's a lot of words. Hopefully I can get through it just hitting the highlights for everyone. This is a really important issue for the town of Collingwood as it considers its future. Both Rowan and I believe that the town has been presented with a really exciting, forward-thinking, and as Summer has indicated, a transformative vision for this property, for the future of Collingwood. And absolutely, this idea, this vision, deserves Council's attention and a fulsome consideration. As you've heard, it's a substantial change in thought about growth management, about economic development, and of course, the idea of community health and wellness facilities. And all of these things have an impact on the future of Collingwood. both in terms of growth management as well as the structure of the town. The subject property has not previously been considered for this type of development, and in fact, had been considered as a fairly typical employment area with the intention that it would accommodate industrial business park uses in the fullness of time. Next slide, please. It's both Rowan and my opinion. And by the way, Rowan, if you would like to jump in at any time, feel free. It's really important decision. And in my opinion, it needs to be made with some stakeholder consultation. You have a lot of interested parties in the town of Collingwood, residents, businesses, Indigenous communities, as well as other landowners who may have development aspirations for the future that may be impacted by this change. So it's really important as a principle of good planning to talk to these people up front before council makes a decision to endorse or to not endorse. Getting into some of the details, the proposed MZO itself, and part of the work that we've been doing is looking at this vision, and we see it as something of significance, well thought out, it's highly articulated, and it's something that can be transformative to the town. But we found that the MZO itself, which is applying zoning to the subject property, is far too flexible. It's really only one zone that permits a whole host, all of the uses without any restriction, really, to any significant degree in what would actually happen on the property. You're bestowing zoning that doesn't necessarily provide the level of rigor and articulation that would achieve the vision as it has been presented. And we think that that's a really important element of the work that we have been carrying out. Next slide, please. So we identified 6 options. There could be 106 options, depending on various hybrid approaches. But we boiled it down to 6 because it's a good opportunity to lay out the range of ideas and options that the municipality may have in order to work through this process and consider the proposed vision. Option 1 is a no endorsement option. Simply stated, council would make a determination that they are not comfortable with the vision as presented and would not endorse this opportunity. Option 2 is no endorsement on the basis that it is believed that it's premature without the technical studies required and the full array of planning tools that would ensure that the vision is achieved. This is basically suggesting that the proponent would go through the traditional planning process, including working with the county through their municipal comprehensive review, going through the town's official plan amendment process, secondary planning strategy, then into preparation of the zoning bylaw, draft plan of subdivision, and where appropriate, site plan approval. Option 3 is to endorse the MZO as it is currently crafted and rely upon the draft plan, site plan, and municipal infrastructure allocation policies that you have at your disposal, hopefully ensuring that the vision is achieved over time. Next slide, please. Option 4 is an idea about endorsing the MZO as it is crafted and trying to achieve a level of comfort that the vision would be achieved through legal agreements that may be registered on title. This is an approach that there may be some concerns from a legal perspective about the enforceability of those agreements, but nonetheless, it's an option that could be considered. Option 5 is a conditional endorsement. In your current zoning bylaw, you do have a section about deferred development zones, and this would be an approach where we would look at that deferred development zone approach, establish the permission for a conversion, and then requiring a block plan process with stakeholder consultation, including a full list of supporting technical studies and implementing zoning that would ensure that the vision is achieved. Option 6 is to defer the endorsement of the proposed vision and utilize the brand new planning tool that the province is considering at the moment. It's not quite in place yet, called a Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator. It's similar to a minister zoning order, but it has additional transparency and accountability measures within it. So it's a slight adjustment to the MZO power, trying to overcome some of the criticisms that have been leveled at the use of the minister zoning order over recent months. So lots of options. Again, there are options that can be combined, options that could be removed. There's options that we haven't thought about yet, but nonetheless, there are multiple options that the town council can consider prior to an endorsement of any planning tool that they wish to see ensure that the vision can be achieved. Next slide, please. We've made 4 recommendations for the consideration of council. And the first one is important because we believe that before you make a decision on endorsement or not endorsement, you should speak to the public. All of the stakeholders need to be considered and their concerns understood before an endorsement is made. It's very important to be cautious because of the transformative nature of the vision. I'm not saying the vision is good or bad. I'm simply saying that there should be some level of community consultation before council really decides whether to endorse or not endorse. Recommendation 2 on the next slide, please, is really about we're providing an alternative recommendation that you either go with option 2, which is go back to the traditional approach, requiring a conversion application through the county official plan review, implementing it through your own official plan review, and then go through secondary plan, rezoning, site plan approval, draft plan approval as required. Or to consider option 5, which was that conditional endorsement. In my mind, as we've had this discussion with staff, is that option 2 is stating to the proponent, there may be merit here, but we want you to go through the traditional planning approval process and work with us to achieve whatever the outcome might be. Option 5 is saying to the proponent, we're ready to have the conversation about the conversion first. That would allow a circumnavigation of the municipal comprehensive review and county official plan update, but would still put in place the opportunity for the town to consider a block plan process that would inform the zoning bylaw amendment process. Again, it does give the proponent some level of certainty that the town is working towards a mixed-use village without stripping away the opportunity to do a detailed study about what the development will ultimately look like, what are the technical requirements for the implementation of it, and what are the appropriate planning tools to achieve that vision. Next slide, please. Recommendation 3, and this is something that Summer mentioned already, is that we want to make sure that there is an opportunity that if something happens through this process, the proponent sells the property, or there is no progress on the achievement of the vision, that there is an opportunity to revoke the minister's zoning order, should there be one put in place, and go back to where you are today with employment lands, subject to the policies that would apply as they are updated in your new official plan. This is a protection tool, trying to make sure that if it's not a viable option after it's been fully or partially approved, that the municipality has a recourse to go back to where you are today. Next slide. There's lots of detail in recommendations 4, and it's not necessarily specific to any of the options except option 1, which of course is a little bit different, which is a no endorsement. But what we're trying to do here through this recommendation is identify a host of things that we think should be a result of a process. That could be an amendment to the MZO before it's endorsed, or it could be achieved through ongoing work in collaboration with the proponent. It depends on really what council would like to do at the beginning. My objective here is, if there is support for the conversion, let's make sure we've got the planning tools in place to ensure that the vision is fully achieved. Next slide, please. So some of the things that I think should be considered in a revised MZO or through whatever process the municipality and council believe is to be the appropriate one, that we should really see the districts on a map, and we should be talking about what is intended for each district as it is identified in the vision. The vision is very specific about its 7 districts. We want to make sure that that vision can be achieved. So prepare implementing documentation either through an MZO or ultimately through a block plan / rezoning that gets us to where the vision wants to take us. We do think that there needs to be some overarching regulatory elements of an MZO or rezoning or block plan that deal with non-residential land uses and their definition and where they are to be within each district. We build upon a comment from the proponent that they were willing to put in some prestige employment development. We want to refine that, create a district where it would go, identify a scale of about 10 hectares. We want to talk about the maximum number of dwelling units, regardless of whether they're in a mixed use building or in a standalone building. And that it would be linked back to the housing types that the proponent has specifically identified in their vision. Next slide. There's also, going beyond the development limits and the types of uses within each district, there are other elements that should also be considered for implementation. One is linking the development of housing with minimum thresholds for non-residential land use development. That can be done on the basis of each district, or it could be done overall for the entire property. Talking about the maximum number of dwelling units by built form, townhouses, apartments, how many of each, where are they located, and how are they regulated? There is a concern about affordable housing. The proponent has suggested a number. We don't know specifically at this point how that would be achieved. The municipality has suggested exploring the use of inclusionary zoning. We want to make sure that each district where housing is permitted, we're talking about some specific numbers in terms of achieving the town's objectives with affordable housing, attainable housing, and assisted housing, should that be appropriate in this district. Next slide, please. I think the zoning bylaw, while it can permit development of certain types, it can also preclude certain forms of development. And there should be a discussion about precluding single detached, semi-detached, and duplex units. It's not part of the vision, so we want to make sure that that's not where we end up. We want to make sure that when we talk about ground mixed-use buildings, that we're not dealing with token elements of mixed-use buildings. That we want to make sure that it's real mixed use, and that the housing development is linked to it, and is it appropriately designed and provided throughout the subject property. There has been some concerns raised about the scale and type of retail and service commercial uses in terms of protection for the downtown and other retail commercial areas of the town. So we would like to see some policy framework, regulatory elements that regulate the scale and type of retail and service commercial uses. And we also think that a servicing phasing strategy is really important. We're fully aware that there are some constraints with service capacity, and we want to make sure that the allocation of that scarce resource, even when additional capacity becomes available, is appropriate in consideration of other approved and anticipated development opportunities throughout the town. We recognize that you're working on an allocation protocol, but we want to make sure that other forms of development, other locations within the town, are appropriately considered as part of the MZO or rezoning or other planning tools that are appropriate to achieve the vision. And with that, I am going to turn it back to Summer to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Ron. And if we could move to the last slide, and apologies to the chair, I did forget that I had the last word on this particular presentation. So you have heard the consultant's recommendations for a cautious approach, which involves upfront community consultation, as well as tools and mechanisms that can ensure that the vision put forward by the proponent is achieved. And with those two primary goals, we have two alternative resolutions for committee's consideration today, and they coincide with two of the options presented in the consultant's memorandum. So the first alternative being proposed, which is coincides with option 2 in the consultant's memorandum, is that the endorsement of the MZO is premature at this time, and that the proponent should be requested to engage in the traditional planning process as described by Mr. Palmer in his presentation. The second alternative, which coincides with option 5 of the consultant's report, should committee wish to move more quickly on this proposal than could be afforded through the traditional planning process. It involves endorsing the conversion in principle and subject to community consultation and a revised draft MZO. This would, as Ron mentioned, give the proponent some certainty working towards a revised MZO, which would use the town's deferred zoning category, and which would also provide time to develop and deliver a robust engagement plan prior to Council's consideration of endorsement of the MZO document itself. It should be noted that this second alternative would be quickly followed by additional planning processes that will require significant resource investment on the part of the town. And as part of the resolution, staff are suggesting a report back to Council about how this would impact existing programs and priorities, as well as look at options for the proponent to pay for a dedicated town resource. So that does conclude our presentation, Madam Chair, and at the appropriate time, myself and the consultants, as well as others on the call today, would be happy to answer any questions that committee may have.
Thank you very much all, Director Valentine and Mr. Palmer and Mr. Faludi, for such a comprehensive report for our committee's consideration. As promised, then I will ask our support staff to bring in the deputation 5.1, Mr. Reim and the team who will be deputing on this item. At which point, once the deputation is completed, I'll ask committee members if they have questions of the deputants with that respect. Then we will go to public comment, and then we will put a staff recommendation on the floor, have a mover and seconder, and then I'll move into describing how our discussion will proceed or be structured from there. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, committee, Director Valentine, and your entire team, your wonderful staff. Thank you for recognizing the very positive and enduring opportunity that the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village presents for the community of Collingwood and Ontarians across the region and for years to come. We've been working very hard, very iteratively, and very collaboratively with Director Valentine, her town staff, and the town consultants in answering their many questions, their many concerns, as well as adopting several of their ideas in an effort to help support their review and their opinions. We've had many robust discussions around many of the concerns, and we're pleased to say that we've addressed some of these key concerns in collaboration, working together with staff and your consultants. This is the very first important step towards closely working together with the town and hopefully with the province to refine the bylaw. We're very enthusiastic. We're very excited to continue this collaboration for years to come, to bring this project to life for the citizens of Collingwood. Lastly, we recognize and appreciate the amount of work and effort that went into the staff report, P 2022-15, that was presented today and previously in response to Council's March 10th resolution. We're here today to provide a modified option, not 101 options, just one other option. And it's slightly modified for everyone's consideration that will ensure that these lands can be productive, can finally be productive for the town of Collingwood, the region, and the province, but mostly for the citizens of Collingwood. And we thank you for the opportunity to do so tonight. With that, I'd like to please pass this on to one of my wonderful colleagues, Signa Lees.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. So I'm a partner at Castles and co-chair of the Castles Municipal and Planning Law Group. And I'm here today to speak in particular about the MZO process and the necessary next steps as we see it. The report and presentation from staff and consultants actually does an excellent job of canvassing the issues and potential concerns that municipalities have in looking and considering an MZO. These are the same concerns that have been raised by municipalities across the province in wrapping their head around MZOs. Each municipality has found a way to address this, but the necessary first step, in our view, and what's been missing in the current iteration of options, is bringing the province to the table. If we take a look at the City of Toronto, for example, and I know not everything's about the City of Toronto as much as they might think so. Their MZOs were just posted today recently on all of their transit-oriented communities. These were enacted after time was spent with city planning, the province, the proponent working together on the final form of the MZO, as well as agreements that coincided with it, whether it's memorandum of other understandings and other agreements. But the province was at the table. And this is where our option 7 really focuses today. Mr. Palmer made comments about the current MZO as drafted being too flexible. That was done to try and facilitate flexibility for a later block planning process with the town. But we're not asking that the town endorse the MZO as drafted. A number of the recommendations that Mr. Palmer outlined can be adopted and achieved in a final MZO with all three parties working together. Option 5 was presented as the alternative 2 option for the MZO. And you'll see in our correspondence, we do have some concerns with the feasibility of that option, but the province may actually find a way to achieve that. If they're at the table working with the town staff and the proponent, that may be something that can be achieved. We won't know till we bring them on. The owners initially did send a letter under seal executed to try and reinforce its binding commitment, but it may be that the town wants additional agreements. The province may want to be a party to those commitments as well. The province's support for this MZO would also be contingent on achieving this vision. Putting this all into place, or trying to think we're going to put it all into place before the province is engaged, I think is premature. Rather, what we're seeking is council's direction to engage the province in the development of an MZO in collaboration with town staff and the proponent, and with all three parties at the table working out these details before the MZO is ordered. And lastly, I'll submit there will be opportunities for extensive consultation with all stakeholders as this vision is delivered and detailed over the next several years. So I thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to Armando to speak on behalf of the owners.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Signa. And thank you, Madam Chair and members of committee. Our commitments to the town and the community have been made public, Signa has noted on our letter dated April 5th, 2022, which was posted on the town's website, and it's also posted on our landing page. But as a representative of Mr. DePoche, the DePoche family, DePoche Management Limited, I'd like to reiterate to the citizens of Collingwood, leadership and town staff, that we are fully committed to this vision and to working collaboratively with the town and the province to realize a truly transformative community. The details of our more recent commitments are outlined in our letter submitted for this evening, forming a hybrid of options 3, 4, and 5, as discussed earlier this evening, and in which we're seeking committee's endorsement. This hybrid, calling it option 7, would facilitate the following. Endorse the request that the province issue an MZO to implement the project, the final form of which will be determined in collaboration with town staff. Rely on draft plan, site plan approval, municipal service infrastructure allocation policies to ensure that the vision is achieved under the requirements of all applicable supporting technical studies at the time of the first development event. Require the development of a detailed block plan with appropriate phasing as a condition of draft plan approval, which I believe is an option that the town could require today. Direct staff to negotiate a memorandum of understanding with the proponent to require ongoing collaboration on municipal implementation tools to pursue the vision and secure commitments to fulsome public consultation. And finally, that the province revoke the MZO should the proponent fail to develop the project generally in accordance with the vision endorsed. I also think it's worth reiterating, what was already mentioned earlier, or at least a point that's in the consultant's report, and that's that the MZO tool exists to accelerate critical local projects like housing, healthcare, attainable housing, municipal infrastructure projects. And this is what our project really aims to achieve. And we understand the need for public consultation, and as already stated, we are committed to establishing this robust community consultation plan together with the town. This is not a traditional project that's one-sided, for example, a completely residential or completely industrial, where support for such plans can largely be divided. This is a plan that incorporates a variety of uses to facilitate a complete community, including job creation, housing, including attainable housing for those who live and work in Collingwood. And then, of course, the commercial uses to support the community activity and stimulation. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening, and I'll pass it back over to Max. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please, Madam Chair, I think you had something to mention.
I was just saying, go ahead. I just thanked Armando for his comments, so please wrap up
Madam
your.
Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Armando. And thank you once again, everyone. On behalf of Mr. DePoche, his son, Mark, his entire family, DePoche Management Limited, Armando, our entire team at Live, Work, Learn, Play, and our extended industry best consultants, we are concluding with the ask of committee to please endorse this hybrid option as a much more feasible and modified, just a simply modified option for council consideration as soon as possible, so we can begin to work together with the town and the province to make this wonderful legacy project a reality as quickly as possible for the citizens of Collingwood. With that, we thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Reim and the whole team for the information you've brought to us today. So I'm going to ask the committee members if they have any specific questions or clarification from the deputation. This is not a portion where we debate. Yeah. Mayor Saunderson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Reim and his team. Thank you for the presentation today. And I just want to get, as a point of clarification, really, I'm following up, I think, on something Armando said, and want to make sure I have this right, that the proponent and Mr. DePoche and DePoche Management would be prepared to include in the NEMZO request a clause that there be an ability to ask the minister to revoke the MZO if the program was not to move forward or the property was to be listed for sale. Can you just confirm if I've got that right, please?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And I second that as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions? Councillor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, deputants. That was great to hear an update, and I very much appreciated the practical advice we heard from Ms. Leask about working with the province. This has to be one of the most complicated requests for an MZO that's ever come through. And as we've heard from our consultants tonight, there's a lot of balls in the air on this one. My question is, the first part of option 7 says it's requesting that we ask the province to issue an MZO, the final form of which will be determined in consultation with the town. What would that MZO look like that we would be asking the province to implement?
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, through you, the chair. I'll perhaps start us off. I think the goal is to make sure it closely implements the vision. That is what everyone wants. And if that's more detail or more items to include all of those recommendations that you heard from Mr. Palmer, that could be included. We've seen option 5 be put forward about this deferred zone. As I said, I had some technical concerns, but I think the province, their team at the province, when I've worked with before, they're very skilled. And if that's what they think is the appropriate solution, they may have a way through the concerns that I had raised. They may be able to achieve that if they think that's appropriate. So it could be that it has a more detailed form to address all of the town's concerns, or it could very well be that they say, agree, you know what, option 5, that does make sense to us, or variation somewhere. So I think it's in having those conversations with the very experienced team at the province who've been working on all of these MZOs across, a lot of them right now across the province, that they can put that in good advice to bear on the ultimate MZO.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Hamlin, or?
Yes, thank you. I think I'm just having trouble. I understand the concept of working together and coming up with a great MZO that everybody likes. But I can't understand what the town can possibly approve in the next month, let's say, that would achieve that. From what I can see, it has to be some kind of deferral or condition, or have you guys had a chance to put your mind to exactly what it is you'd want the town to approve yet?
So again, through the chair, I would suggest that what council could endorse, and we're happy to work with staff in the intervening time to get this exactly right, is endorse the use of the ministerial zoning power to authorize the vision, again, to the satisfaction of town staff. So it's authorizing the use of the power. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the final form attached to your resolution.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee of the deputants? Okay. Seeing none, I wanted to ask if you could give a high level account of what the difference between the hybrid you are proposing and the original request of council with regard to the MZO. If you could just highlight the differences that you believe have been achieved. And whoever on the team would like to take the question.
I yield to Signa List, please.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification, from the proponent's original or from staff?
From
Okay.
the proponent's original request of council and the hybrid that we're viewing today, what are the differences, please?
I would suggest that the main difference is to not settle on the form of the MZO. The proponents working with its consultant team believed it had put in the necessary modifications to address initial town and staff questions that we heard. But we hear now, looking at the reports, that there are additional questions that we haven't perhaps answered as well as we would have liked. And so we're hoping to engage the province to make it better, address these concerns, tighten it up, and make sure that the town is satisfied that it will implement the vision. So I would say that's the number one change. The second change, we had hoped, the initial letter being under sealed, very archaic principle of contract law that can be enforceable, but we recognize that there may be more things you want to see in an agreement before the MZO actually comes to pass. Working, like I said, with the province as well, who may want to be a party to these agreements as the MZO is delivered. So that's an additional item that's been identified to have more, whether it's an MOU or other agreements, to try and nail down some of these risk factors that your consultants have identified for you. I think those are the main things, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate the answer. Thank you very much. And then just finally, assuming in the circumstance that the committee requires further consulting time to propose the addressed hybrid or other information for our consideration, that the proponents would cover the costs and it wouldn't be borne by the residents of the town of Collingwood. Can anybody commit to that, answering that question at this point, please?
We can commit to that.
Thank you for that response. Okay, so now I think that we will move into the public comment portion. Oh, Councillor Doherty. Vice
Sorry.
Chair Doherty.
Better late than never. And through you to our proponents, I think what I'm hearing, and this is in regard to option 7, which honestly we have not had a great deal of time to consider as it was received this morning. But I'm almost hearing that there should be another step to that option as a first step, and that would be to engage with the province, period, full stop, to get a better understanding of whether this option is even viable in its current form and given the current process for MCOs. Or am I missing
Councillor
something?
Doherty, could I, we don't want to debate it right now. Is there something, some point of clarification you want to ask the deputants that would help us with that decision in our next steps going forward in the debate?
Okay, I think what I'm saying is I would like to see, before we would consider option 7, I would like to see an additional step.
Okay, so that would be for us to discuss within our process as opposed to something that the deputants would need to clarify for us at this point. Okay, so if you could put that in your parking lot for later in the discussion, and we'll deal with it then. Okay. All right, so I'm not seeing any other questions. So before we move to, oh, I may have a response. We, committee members have been sending staff questions over today and over the weekend with respect to this matter. And I find what worked well at our last meeting in terms of those questions, if staff could get a high overview of the questions that were asked of them in terms of their responses to the committee members. And that will put us in a position where we can proceed to follow up questions from the committee members on the responses they received in that time period. So I hope that it's enough time for staff over receiving the public comment that they will be able to review those questions and give a brief summary before we move into the next part of this process. So I'd like to thank our deputants very much for your information today, and we will be moving on now to public comment, and again, thank you for your participation today. So, Deputy Clerk, is it you who I ask if there's anyone in the gallery for the meeting that would like to pose comment or question with respect to the item?
I'm new at this microphone. If there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak, oh, we do have one hand. Oh, yep, they keep changing their mind here. We do have one hand raised right now. If there's anyone wishing to speak to this agenda item, please press the raise your hand feature and I'll call your name as they appear in order. We have John Sewell wanting to speak first.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Oh, is he on yet?
Yep, you should be able to speak, John.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Sewell.
Thank you. Thank you. Here, Ontario Street is one of the really distinctive and successful elements of the town of Collingwood. It distinguishes the town of Collingwood from virtually every other municipality of its size in Ontario. And it attracts all sorts of people and has created great spin-off, including the Tremont Studios. And of course, it's quite close to the town's major employer, which is the hospital, which is just a few streets away. And the success of the street can be seen by the fact that Sporting Life, when it burned down, said, hey, that's where we want to build. We want to build where the action is. And in fact, the town has recognized the importance of Huron Ontario Street. It's now got signs up saying, visit the historic downtown. So it's clear. What's really interesting is that 50 years ago, just over 50 years ago, the main street was threatened by a development proposal. A developer wanted to build a great plaza on the outside of town. Just like this proposal, it was rush, rush, rush. You've got to approve it right away. You don't have any chance. You've got to go fast. And in fact, the town council approved that shopping plaza on the edge of town. What's interesting is that the merchants and business people of Huron Ontario Street said, we're taking on the town council. We're going to oppose it. We're going to go to the Ontario Municipal Board. They hired this young lawyer just out of law school called Jane Pepino, who now, of course, is quite famous. And they went to the Ontario Municipal Board and it revoked the council approval. And because of that, because the merchants did that, we actually have this very successful street and a very successful town. And here we are repeating history again, 50 years later, the developer's proposal tries to do exactly that. A flashy vision, approve it fast, fast, fast. But what this vision would do, it would destroy the town's main street. It would attempt to wrestle the economic activity from the heart of the town to the outskirts. And the ministerial zoning order, of course, would remove any legal basis to oppose the development, since it would prohibit any appeal. And that's true no matter what negotiations the town has with the minister. So accepting this proposal and the process will be spitting in the face of those merchants and business people who actually made Collingwood such a success that it is today. And you got to realize the size of this development. And in my letter, which you've probably got before you, I actually quote what the developers say, that in fact, and just to quote it, this proposal is a density that's higher than around many existing subway stations in Toronto. Entirely different than anything we've now got in the town. It's way, way, way out of scale. And it would represent a very significant change, one that needs very, very significant community discussion before it should be considered in any form or fashion. And I suspect it would not be supported by most business owners in Collingwood, nor by its residents. But of course, we aren't going to know that until we had substantial community discussion, and I hope that can happen. Further, the proposal is a serious threat to the existing healthcare facilities, now located close to the downtown and supporting the downtown. The hospital, the doctor's offices, the private healthcare and testing facilities, long-term care homes. Decision to put a new hospital on the land surrounding the existing hospital is in fact the important decision, which will strengthen the town, and it should not be rethought. So obviously, if you want more healthcare facilities, put them around the existing hospital site. I think the appropriate thing is to adopt option 1, which is to say, no, we are not considering it. If you don't want to do that, then do option 2, which of course is what the staff suggest is the alternative number 1, which is to say, we're going to consider this premature. I don't think any other course of action is reasonable or rational in these situations. Developers always say, you got to approve it tomorrow, just approve it tomorrow. This has come out of the blue, and it should stay in the blue. I recommend option 1 or option 2 to approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Sewell. Deputy Clerk Dahl.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. We do have another person wanting to speak. His name is John Welton.
Thank you.
Mr. Welton, you'll just have to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mr. Welton. You've moved him in.
Mr. Welton, we should be able to hear you now.
That was a mistake. I just wanted to listen this evening. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
That's fine.
Is there anyone else from the attendees list that wishes to speak to this item this evening? If you could please press the raise your hand feature. And there's no one else wishing to speak at this time.
Okay. Thank you very much for facilitating that, Deputy Clerk Dahl. Director Valentine or CEO Skinner, are you ready with a bit of an overview of the responses to the questions that were asked since the agenda was published by committee members, please? Director Valentine?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I can start and others can add as necessary through this conversation. So the key question that we did receive in advance from committee members was whether the letter provided by Live, Work, Learn, Play and DEPUTATION Management, which was just summarized in the deputation, caused staff or the consultants pause to reconsider the recommendations that were advanced as option 1 and 2, as well as what our opinion would be on the recommended 7th option or hybrid option that the proponent brought forward. So keeping in mind that we've had the proponent's document in hand since early Monday morning, which is not a significant time for reflection. And as noted in the staff report, it would be extremely difficult for staff and the consultants to recommend any option that does not include upfront community consultation, as well as the appropriate tools being in place to implement the vision. So it does make it challenging at this point to support the alternative. That being said, there is an opportunity, should committee and council wish, to have a greater discussion around what is being proposed from a technical and a legal perspective. And I think some new information that we heard tonight that was not part of the letter or not explicitly obvious within the letter was the notion of involving the province in the discussion. And that's certainly something that staff would be open to, with the caution that CEO Skinner and I had previously reached out to our counterparts at the province. And they did indicate that whatever leaves the council table in terms of an MZO should be something that the council feels that it can support, that there is not necessarily a guarantee that any back and forth at the ministerial level or changes would come back to this council for comment, maybe circulated on a courtesy basis, but that wasn't necessarily required. So that's the information we have that differs somewhat from what the proponent has presented. So we're certainly open to that type of discussion. Of course, we would need to talk about timelines and how quickly this should occur and how that affects other priorities of the planning division, in particular, the official plan review, which has already been delayed by a month by this particular request. The second question that we did receive was a question about the County of Simcoe's Municipal Comprehensive Review, which is related to this project, as mentioned by Mr. Palmer, as the traditional way that a conversion request would be reviewed. And the county has just released new growth forecasts, as well as a new land needs assessment, which shows a greater deficit for jobs and employment lands in the town of Collingwood, doubling their previous estimates. So we do have Rowan Faludi on the line, who can make some high-level comments around what those numbers might mean and how potentially they might be a bit optimistic from staff and the consultants' perspective. But it does bear noting that although not a full conversion, that the proponents have indicated that light industrial uses could be accommodated within the 7-district proposal, it would be a significant loss of employment land, and we should be considering through the official plan review and other processes if there's other locations within the town that may be suitable to establish employment lands in the future. So that's a summary I would provide, Madam Chair, at this time, leaving it open, of course, for CEO Skinner to add comments as she sees fit.
Thank you very much for doing that on such short notice, Director Valentine. CEO, anything further to add?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing on those two questions. I believe that there was also a question asked at a very high level around tax revenues that may be different between the current situation or the employment lands build-out situation and the vision that's provided by the proponents. And I do believe that Treasurer Quinlan is on the line and may be able to provide a brief high-level response to that question as well.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm in a vehicle for my office this afternoon, but I did hear the question. So it is a really big question, and it's not easily answered, but I think what we all know is that commercial tax rates, of course, are higher than residential tax rates. So if we look at it just on a very, low level or high level, I should say, basis, when we change properties from fully commercial or industrial and include a mixed use, it means that taxes could be lower. But that being said, I think the town is, looking at something that is still mixed use and does include some commercial and industrial. To give specific numbers would be, again, extremely difficult without sort of coming up with some examples and providing information like that to council.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there's nothing further, I think that we have downloaded enough information to enter the next portion, which will be putting the staff recommendation on the floor. And I will ask for someone, please, to tell me as a mover which alternative they would like to. Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to put on the floor alternative 2 with some changes. So I don't know if
Okay.
you put that in now or how you'd like to proceed.
So what I'll do then is I will read in recommendation alternative 2, and then we can address, we'll get a seconder, and then we can address any amendments or changes in that way, and I'll go right to you after we do that. All right, so recommendation alternative 2, that staff report P 2022-15, proposed minister zoning order MZO, Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village be received, and further that council endorse in principle and pending community consultation the proposed conversion of the lands municipally known as 7120 and 7200 Poplar Side Road in the town of Collingwood from industrial to deferred mixed-use commercial to facilitate the development of the Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village in accordance with option 5 as outlined in the Planning Partnership and Urban Metrics Memorandum dated April 7, 2022, and further that staff be directed with the assistance of the consultants to work with the proponents to prepare a revised draft MZO in accordance with option 5 for council's consideration of endorsement, and further that prior to consideration of council's endorsement of the revised draft MZO, the proponent develop, implement, and document a robust stakeholder consultation plan to the satisfaction of the town, and further that council directs staff to report back on the resource allocation necessary to proceed with the future recommended planning processes as outlined in the memorandum to implement option 5, including the alternative of the town retaining a dedicated consultant to fast-track the development review and approvals process at the expense of the proponents. So that is moved by Mayor Saunderson. And do we have a seconder for that alternative? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. All right, so now I'll go to the Deputy Mayor to outline the changes you would propose.
Certainly, thank you. And I'd like to include 2 additional paragraphs. The first paragraph would read, and further that council direct that any MZO include recommendation 3 from our consultants, which is the inclusion of a mechanism or process to request that the minister revoke the MZO should the vision fail to proceed in a reasonable time period or the property be listed for sale. And the second addition would be, and further, that council directs staff to work with the proponent or meet with the proponent to discuss the changes or suggestions submitted in their letter to council today with the aid of our consultants at the expense of the proponent.
Okay, so that is a proposed amendment. Do we need them severed, or can we vote on the addition of these?
I'm happy to have them severed if you'd like.
Severed? Okay. So we'll vote on the first amendment, which is to include recommendation number 3 from the consultant's report regarding the revocation of the MZO if it fails to meet the vision. Can I have a seconder for that addition? Deputy Mayor Hall? Okay. So, yes, and Deputy Mayor Hall has requested to speak to the amendment, so go ahead, please.
May I ask a question of clarification specific to the amendment?
Of course.
Either through you to Mayor Saunderson or perhaps Mr. Palmer, the author. I respect and I appreciate the amendment specifically as it relates to speculation and the potential for the property being listed should something change and it not move forward. The word vision to me, and I'm going to speak to the word vision later, is I think very loose and open-ended. And so if I may give a very specific example to our community, the original vision that was presented and passed and actually went out to the market for what originally was the Fram Slokar land, or known as locally as the shipyards, had a very feel and flavor at the time. And a result of market circumstances, the vision has changed in terms of the architecture, the design, the density, the height, and in fact has come back to various councils to be modified over a period of time. So I think that one could comfortably suggest that the original vision that was first presented and what we see today one could argue that it's residential in nature. That hasn't changed, but the look and feel has. So I'm just looking for some clarity as to when somebody says vision, to me, vision is very open-ended, and what does that mean as it relates to the amendment that's been put on the table? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question, and I will put it through to our consultant, Mr. Palmer, as the author. I think would probably be best where clarification would begin.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Absolutely right. A vision is a nebulous term that talks about a dream about what the future holds for this property. And the approach that we're attempting to take here, including the amendment to the recommendation, is that we're trying to codify that vision into planning terms that ensures the right balance between flexibility and control over that vision, and make sure that the town council is satisfied that the vision will be achieved as it is codified in the zoning bylaw, whether that be through a minister's zoning order or some other process. Of course, once the decision is made to promote this form of development, the changes that may come in the future, which we cannot yet anticipate, would be required to go through a traditional rezoning process, or at the very least, a minor variance process. So the goal is that we provide enough specificity in the implementing zoning that the vision is achieved, and whatever elements of that vision are appropriate to regulate. So I agree that a vision is hard to nail down, but in this case, I believe that the proponent has put a tremendous amount of detail into the explanation of the vision. And I say, let's put it into zoning language and make sure that it gets there from here.
Okay, thank you very much. A follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
No, I appreciate the response, and that satisfies the question. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions before we vote on this one amendment? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the First Amendment? And those opposed? I'm sorry, Councillor Hamlin, I didn't see your vote. Could you unmute yourself and just advise? Sorry.
Sorry, I think I do have a question of Mayor Saunderson about this amendment.
Sure, okay. We'll forget we lifted cards and we'll go back to the question through your question through to Mayor Saunderson.
Sorry. My question is, there are a number of other recommendations in the report from our consultant. You've only listed number 3, which is what happens in the event of a sale or the vision doesn't proceed. I'm just wondering whether you're going to be making other amendments to include the other recommendations, or if you thought that they weren't important.
Mayor Saunderson?
Yeah, thank you. And through you to Councillor Hamlin, I explicitly included that recommendation based on the presentation and conversation with the proponents. And my understanding from the staff recommendation that the alternate is that things like the public consultation are absolutely included in the alternate number 2, which is option 5 in the report. So that was the key part there, for which is also one of the recommendations. So to the extent that I saw the other recommendations included in the motion that's on the floor, I just wanted to explicitly include recommendation number 3. But from my reading of the option 2, most of those recommendations are included in it.
Does that
Thank you for that.
help you with your vote on this specific amendment? I mean, if you want to make additional ones later, you can do so.
Yes, thank you. That's great.
Okay, so we'll go back to voting on this specific amendment. Oh, Councillor Doherty, are you going to ask a question? Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My concern now, in particular, with a recommendation 2 or option 5, is the response that we received back from the proponent this morning that what we expect to achieve through that alternative actually is not achievable, i.e. that we cannot achieve deferral because that is not part of the MZO process, that we cannot achieve future zoning bylaw amendments to implement the conversion because that's not part of the MZO process. The requirement for public consultation also. So where that is taking me back to us having really only one option if we want to hedge our bets, and that is option 2 or recommendation number 1.
Okay, thank you for those comments, Councillor Doherty, but I need comments specific to the amendment. We can speak to the overall alternative.
I guess I don't support it then.
Okay, that's okay, but we just want to stay on track here. Okay, Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Doherty, and that was the intent of the second amendment I made, which is that staff and our consultants engage with the proponent to discuss the content of the letter received this morning and how that might impact moving forward on option 2.
Okay, all right, so we have that settled. Any follow-up, Councillor Doherty, before I call for the vote on the amendment?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. So we'll vote on the amendment then. Those in favor? And those opposed? And that is carried and so noted. So thank you for that. And then we'll go back to the second amendment, which Mayor Saunderson just summarized again succinctly, is to direct staff to work with and meet with the proponents regarding the changes proposed in their hybrid. And that will come back in the report to council, I assume. Okay. So a seconder for that amendment, please. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Are there any questions with respect to this amendment? CAO? I have you, Councillor Hamlin, after CAO.
Thank you, Chair. From a staff perspective, we're interested in the timeline expectations of this piece, and I believe the mayor had mentioned a specific portion of the proposal from the proponent that was received very early today, related to the possibilities, what's possible under this process. And I assume that's the major focus of this amendment. But if it's not, I would also be interested from a staff perspective in hearing the mayor's intention, so we're clear that we can deliver what's intended.
Yes, and I also believe that the mayor had covered the cost in this amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
so please, through to the CAO, if you can
thank
summarize
you,
your
Madam
intent.
Chair, and through you to the CAO. I guess that would also include determining whether the concerns of the proponent about the deferred zoning in the MZO is possible or not possible, and a better understanding of that moving forward, because I think that would be a critical issue.
We're good? Okay. All right. Councillor Hamlin, you had a question on this amendment?
Yes. When I asked the question of Ms. Leask as to what exactly they were looking for, given the correspondence from this morning and their presentation, she said they were looking for an authorization, I wrote this down, an authorization of the use of the power of the MZO, and that the form, like whether it would be a deferred zoning or how exactly it would be implemented, would be something that would be discussed at a subsequent date. So I'm just wondering how her information relates to this amendment, to the alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. And you are looking for the CAO to respond to that, or
No,
perhaps
to
the Mayor Saunderson?
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you. And through you to Councillor Hamlin, we've had our consultants look at this with our staff and come back with a recommendation or two alternatives. And the one recommendation is through the filter of our consultants and our staff for us. So I would like their take on the concerns raised by the proponent. I understand what the answer from the proponent's consultant was, but I'd like to get an answer on that, or the perspective of our staff and our consultants for this council to have when we consider this further.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree that we do need our own staff and our consultants to advise us as to what the process could be. I think what we've heard so far tonight is that this is, I'll say, uncharted territory in terms of an MZO of this magnitude. And I think, we're going to need some good advice as we move forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Hammond. And I see that Director Valentine has popped up on my screen. So you please add.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you through you to the Mayor for clarifying the Second Amendment's request. And I believe we do have a good understanding of the expectations. The only piece I would add is that in addition to staff and the proponent and the consultants' opinions, there are likely to be some legal questions here, and perhaps a consideration as to whether the proponent is also willing to cover legal costs in relationship to reviewing their proposed concerns.
Okay, thank you for that observation. And Mayor Saunderson is nodding, and you're willing to add the legal costs. And Deputy Mayor Hall, you're fine with that? Thank you. Okay, all right. Any other questions on the Second Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor and opposed, and that is carried and so noted. Okay, are there any further amendments or discussion with respect to what we have on the floor now as amended?
Main motion?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
thank you. I do have a couple of questions for
go ahead.
staff on the main motion. And through you to Director Valentine or potentially Manager Kenny. I'd like to get a sense from staff. I know in our consultant's report it mentions that Manager Kenny is in support. He thinks that it is a net benefit to the town of Collingwood. But my question really is, given that we've just in the last 2 years passed our economic development strategy update, I'm wondering if Manager Kenny or Director Valentine can walk us through the impacts and how this fits in or doesn't fit in with that economic development strategy, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was just waiting for you. But through you, if it's appropriate, I would defer to Manager Kenny to speak to his own words, which were quoted by the consultant, and respond to the mayor's question with respect to the economic action plan.
Would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be involved this evening. I do have quite a bit of thoughts, most of which were summarized in the report. I don't want to go through those again, though I will add a bit of color and context to them. You know, Collingwood is largely a tourism and service-based and knowledge economy. We do have, you know, quite a bit of industrial users, though I would argue that, you know, many of those industrial users did not come here because Collingwood was the cheapest or the most centrally located. For example, we are not directly on a 400 series highway. We do not have the cheapest hydro prices Ontario-wide when compared to other jurisdictions. You know, manufacturing has been in decline for several decades, and there is a difficulty there with attraction. For the most part, people are looking for those things that I mentioned a little bit earlier. We do require employment lands. That much is clear. What's unclear is how many or how much employment lands we need and for what purposes. And much of the demand that I've seen in the past from the south end of the county in my time in Innisfil are what I would kind of deem tongue-in-cheek big empty buildings, meaning they create a lot of assessment, they create some decent taxes for the municipality, but from a job density perspective can be quite sparse. And when we look at economic development, we look at it in kind of two different ways and saying, are we here to create jobs or are we here to create assessment? And we usually defer to the jobs. That's one of those. And when we talk about knowledge and creative economy, you know, there are a couple of ways that Collingwood is dipping its toe in the water. For example, UN Habitat and looking at the clean economy, the green economy. Those are wonderful, well-paying jobs that we can bring to our community that don't necessarily sit on industrial lands or employment lands and usually require a mixed use or a commercial designation. Often, you know, what we've seen in the past year with the ICBL aside is that much of the demand is for those mixed use and commercial uses versus industrial uses for many of the ideas and reasons that I mentioned earlier. We are also looking at, and this is all part of the action plan and all in the context of the action plan. We are also looking at, you know, what is technology and tech-enabled businesses? What is their impact on the community? And much of them are represented in this proposal as well. And of course, tourism, which is our main economic driver, always, you know, supported by the mountain. And I think we've carved our own significant niche into that. I think about 40% of our employment is tourism or tourism related, depending on how you manage the service economy. Breweries, for example, are a very significant use that are on usually industrial lands, but they are for tourism related purposes, retail related purposes with somewhat of an adjacent industrial use. In fact, many of the proposals we see, Northwinds Brewery, you know, Black Bellows, those are quasi-industrial uses that fit more in a commercial area or a mixed use area. So we are seeing growth there. And I would argue as you know, something that's a little bit off the wall, but that housing is economic development for a large part. We are seeing that we do have workforce challenges. Much of those have to do with the housing stock, attainability, not necessarily affordable housing per se, but attainable housing and the cost of housing. And I'm a very big proponent and advocate for mixed use development. So that's not to say anything about the proposal specifically in front of you, but some comments generally there. We also have, because of those affordability challenges, transportation challenges, and others where this may help to address some of those things. So my comments are less about the process that may come in, the public consultation, any of that. I'll defer all of those comments to my planning colleagues or what the businesses in the community may think. And I heard that comment a little earlier. But I will say that in dealing with many high growth communities, growth is largely inevitable. It's dictated to us by the province. And so how we mold that growth and how we support that growth and how we accommodate that growth is going to play a huge part in what type of community we want to build Collingwood into. All of that fits within our economic development action plan. I would argue that the vision here presented fits very well with it. And based on the growth patterns, the market demand, market conditions, we are seeing a very strong fit. That doesn't mean we're going to, if this were to move forward and we were to redesignate a significant part of our employment lands, that we would go away from industrial attraction and industrial development. That still needs to happen in Collingwood, but it doesn't necessarily need to be mutually exclusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So follow up, Mayor Saunderson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you, Manager Kenny. And we heard tonight from a deputant that it's his opinion that this poses a threat to our downtown, our well-preserved downtown. And I'd be interested in your thoughts on that. I know Mr. Sewell spoke to the OMB process that happened many years ago, and since that time we've had the Fram shipyards, and the Monaco is now in its final stages. So I'd just be interested in your comments if you see this development poses any threat to our downtown.
Thank you very much.
Manager Kenny.
Through the chair. I don't believe they have to be mutually exclusive as well. I'll go back to that theme. I do think there is room for many different types of employment in our community, and I don't necessarily think that one, for example, if we were to develop as they were zoned currently, I don't think that that would pull away from the allure of the downtown or the uses in the downtown. And you often see secondary uses in employment areas like restaurants and other uses that help support those employment uses. We see, for example, Collingwood Brewery is operating a small retail and restaurant type in the industrial lands, and that is away from our downtown. I do think that they can both be supported. Certainly from a programming perspective, and again, back to the official plan, the action plan that we work through in economic development, we are sector agnostic. We're here to support every single type of business. We'll continue to do that. We'll provide them the tools and resources they need to succeed to a certain extent. And we do believe that we are going to need to manage our growth effectively from an employment perspective. And the way to do that is through density. And we often don't see that density in our employment lands. So here, poses a pretty unique opportunity. So no, I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And I think that there is some coexistence.
Okay, thank you for that response. Yeah.
I have another question, if I may.
Sure.
And this is through you, Madam Chair, to Director Valentine or because it relates to our employment lands. And in reading the Hemson report for the MCR at the county, they make mention that we may need, or they're anticipating we may need an additional 210 hectares of employment lands in the next 30 years, which would be an increase of fourfold, I think, over our current 58 hectares. And I'm just wondering if Director Valentine could comment on whether number is supportable and whether moving forward, if it is not 210 acres or hectares, however many hectares it is, do we have sufficient lands in our settlement area that we can replace or designate other areas as employment lands to make up for the 53 hectares we're looking at here?
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So should we begin with Mr. Faludi or Director Valentine, did you wish to begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just provide some brief comments to the questions raised by the Mayor, and I do think that it would be appropriate afterwards for Mr. Faludi to speak to whether the recently updated forecasts for employment in the county's MCR are supportable, or if he has any further comments about how they are rationalized with the work that he has done as part of our official plan review. But a few comments first is a reminder that although this request would be a conversion of the lands, the proponent has committed and provided that we have assurances through the tools that are at our disposal that light manufacturing, or as Mr. Palmer indicates, prestige employment can be part of that vision. So part of the lands could certainly be retained for those more traditional employment uses. The other piece that I would suggest that staff would need to investigate in response to the county's most recently released numbers is the potential for intensification on our existing employment lands, and that dovetails nicely with Manager Kenny's comments that it's not necessarily large, low employment, but high assessment uses that could be accommodated on those employment lands, but potentially smaller, less traditional, more innovative types of employment. So we'd like to look more closely at that. And as the mayor mentioned, there are certainly lands within the town of Collingwood not currently designated for urban uses within our settlement area. And those are considered rural currently. So there would be opportunities to look at those lands more closely, and we would need to do so in a comprehensive way through the official plan review, for example, or a subsequent process to determine which of those lands would be potential for accommodating future employment uses. Given how the quantity of lands we do have, it would seem reasonable that at least a certain percentage could adequately accommodate such uses. Of course, with the caveat that we would certainly need to involve the landowners of those rural lands in the discussion. And I would pass it on to Rowan to add additional comments as he sees fit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate the challenge that the county of Simcoe has in trying to allocate population and employment to all of the area municipalities. They have changed their projections over time, so they haven't necessarily been. The first time we saw that there was a potential shortage of 210 hectares was, I think, last week when they introduced their numbers. My own opinion, I think, echoes that of your manager of economic development, is that Collingwood has never been a traditional industrial hub. There are many more employment lands in the south part of the county that I think would likely be attractive to many kinds of industries. My own opinion with regards to the county's numbers, or they're suggesting that there will be a deficit of 210 hectares, is that it is likely optimistic. And, you know, unfortunately, the numbers are relatively recent. We haven't had really a chance to go through them. But just from the work that we've done previously, my understanding of economic development and the attractiveness of other parts of the county and the amount of vacant industrial land that exists in other parts of the county, I think that projection is somewhat optimistic.
Thank you, Ms. Faludi, and Mayor Saunderson has a follow-up.
Yes, thank you for that answer. And this is my final question. I think in the report, you indicate that the ratio of jobs to residents is an important consideration, as is the tax base. And part of the rationale, as I understand the Hemson report, is 210 hectares are necessary because at that classification, employment lands, it's 20 jobs per hectare. So it takes that many to create the 4,000 jobs they're anticipating. But in my understanding from the proponents today is that the vision, as they have put it before us now, anticipates creating 3,600 to 6,300 jobs on the existing 53 hectares. So I'm just wondering if you could comment on the intensification of the job ratio there, and if that is a net benefit to the community.
Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and no, I think the important thing to consider is that, you know, jobs don't always have to be employment-based jobs or employment land-based jobs, and that I think the density or the types of jobs that are being put forward by the proponent, I think would be very advantageous to the town. And I think in that form of in that density, obviously you're not going to need as much land to accommodate those kinds of jobs as you would traditional manufacturing jobs or traditional industrial jobs. So I think that the density that the proponent is suggesting in terms of jobs, I think would be beneficial to the town. And I think, again, it might, you know, it would definitely require less land than the traditional employment land approach.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Vice Chair Doherty, did you wish to restate your question that you posed in the amendment portion? Did you have that question still?
No.
Okay, all right. Are there any other questions on the motion as amended? Seeing, oh, okay. Councillor Hammond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. I think it would be directed to our consultants. Yes?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. It strikes me in looking at the numbers from the proposal that we could see as many as 6,000 new residents and as many as almost 6,500 employees on this 130 hectares of land. And it seems to me that's about the size of the town of Perry Sound, or it's bigger even than Stayner, and a lot more jobs. And another way to look at it is that the density, which is how many residents and how many jobs, let's say per acre or per hectare is there, is going to be quite dense. The report from our consultants suggests that the amount of density is similar to that which the province will be requiring as a minimum for major transit stations in the GTA where light rail is going to be provided. So what it got me thinking was, you know, that maybe we're going to be creating a new small town built at a high density right along our southern boundary. And what does this mean to our existing community? So my question is this something that we would be looking at in the context of the consultation and studies that would be included in the option that the mayor's put forward by way of motion tonight? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin, and I will look to Mr. Palmer. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a big planning question and a good one. Absolutely part of the work that we think is necessary is to talk about the structure of Collingwood and how it would be changed if this proposal, this vision was to be fully achieved. It's a different kind of density. It's a different kind of mixture of land uses. But the goal will be also to make sure that if it's something that the town would like to proceed with, how is it integrated with the rest of Collingwood? Certainly the trails network, the road network have to be considered as an important element of the integration between this vision and the rest of Collingwood. It's different. It doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's different. And how do we create that appropriate integration, compatibility, and appropriateness, particularly when we think that a lot of the residents of Collingwood may wish to use a lot of these facilities. So we want to make sure that those opportunities are absolutely provided in the new element here. The alternative, of course, is that it just be an employment area with some undetermined industrial business park type users, which is a different conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really important question that you've raised, but it's a big picture planning question, which is fundamentally why we think you need to talk to the stakeholders to hear what people have to say about how to make it better, how to make it appropriate for Collingwood, and how to integrate it into the community. Those are fundamentally important questions.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up, Councillor Hammond?
It's really a subsequent question, or a second question, but I think Mr. Palmer might also be the best person. But thank you for the answer to the first one, because I think big planning questions, you know, I feel in some way, Madam Chair, that we're standing on one foot looking at this exciting proposal, not having our new official plan out yet before us. So that's why I have these questions on my mind. The second sort of, I'll say, big planning question that I've been thinking about is relates to the regional transit hub. Because and I know the proponent has mentioned that they have had some discussions with Metrolinx. So it means to me, perhaps ultimately there'll be a connection between Collingwood and Toronto and the Toronto region. And then that takes my mind to the place where there's going to be some commuting possible between Toronto and Collingwood, which currently isn't an available option. And then I say to myself, does that mean we're going to become a bedroom community? And is that good or is that bad? And I know there's not really, I'm not asking Mr. Palmer for a question, Madam Chair, or an answer on this, but I think I'm asking in the context of us proceeding to examine this alternative further, can that be one of the issues that we look at, or is it a relevant issue? Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, another really good question. If there is to be that transit connectivity, Metrolinx, my experience with Metrolinx would say, show me the density before we commit to a location. So right after the question of density is, where will it go? And how does it get service? So I think those are important questions as well. Is there a role in Collingwood generally for this regional transit hub? And potentially, is there a spot for it here or elsewhere that generates enough ridership without everyone having to drive to it to create some good supportive land uses in proximity to a station? Those are fundamental questions that Metrolinx will ask. And we go from there. Probably a regional transit hub is an important, great gain for the town of Collingwood. And what options do you have for location?
Okay, thank you for the response. Anything further, Councillor Hamlin?
I don't have any questions, but I have a few comments. So I don't know when you'd like to hear those.
Well, Councillor Doherty, Vice Chair Doherty has a question here, and then we'll go back to you for your comments.
Thank you. Actually, I don't have questions, but I do have a comment.
Right.
And that is, I think it's important to say that I will not be supporting this recommendation. And the reason being that there are so many questions outstanding, as Councillor Hamlin has just alluded to some of them, that it seems to me that even the entertainment of any kind of a MZO or modified MZO at this early date is just premature. There are no guarantees how our public feel about it, how our other businesses feel about it, how our other developers feel about it, whether the residential and work split will evolve as it has been hypothesized that it will evolve, and what happens if this does not become an economically viable, at least from an economic development standpoint. Then what are we left with? We have left something open-ended that could wind up being substantially skewed toward residential, which is going to be a net negative benefit to the community. There's a question of 30 acres of this land being allocated to a large wellness facility, whether that is the hospital or some other. That is a very big piece of land to account for if a hospital is not indeed what goes there. I am deeply concerned, as Mr. Sewell mentioned, about the potential impacts on our downtown commercial area, commercial and retail and service area. I am concerned about those impacts. We just don't know enough at this point in time. I am not suggesting for a minute that the vision is not bold and that it may not have tremendous merit, but I just think that it would behoove us to proceed according to our own processes using our internal planning tools. This may not expedite the project as quickly as a proponent would like to have it expedited, but it certainly, I think, will provide council and staff and our entire community ultimately with a development that is much more likely to be at least predictable and hopefully as successful as it has been purported to be.
Okay. Thank you for your comment. Councillor Hamlin, your comments, and then, oh, sorry, the Deputy Mayor hasn't spoken yet, so we'll ask the Deputy Mayor. What?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm prepared to support the motion tonight to continue the conversation and to allow our staff and, more importantly, the experts to answer some of these high-level questions so that we can be in a position to make a decision going forward as a council as a whole. I can appreciate and I can understand the concerns that are raised as the community evolves. Next month, I will turn 51, and I moved here when I was 25, and touch wood, I'll see this community when I'm 80. I have said to a number of people, and in fact, I met with somebody for coffee today, and I made the comment that I wish I could be here today at the age of 25. Because what is happening within our community, and I use the analogy that particularly within the last 5 years, the tap has been turned on. And there are negatives to that. The negatives would be that First Street has never been busier from a traffic congestion standpoint. Affordability from a housing perspective is through the roof and is a challenge that many progressive communities across Canada are facing. But the wealth of intellectual capital that has moved to our community, the visions that are being embraced by those who are 4 and 5 generations within this community, to see change move forward as it relates to some of our key assets, the terminals being probably the biggest, speak to a community that I truly believe will be the envy of this country. And I don't say this to move this particular vision forward. I say this in the sense that I think that this particular vision will in fact actually fit in with the greater community. Our downtown is, as Mr. Sewell alluded to this evening, the jewel of many. And it is incredible that our downtown, through many economic challenges, whether it be the closure of the shipyards, whether it be the economic downturn of 81, 91, has continued to thrive. When Interwest named their arrival in 1999, there were many people that looked to the community of Saint-Jovie in Quebec and said that it would be the death of downtown Collingwood. And yet we've seen a project in a similar size and magnitude with a different vision built to the west in a different municipality that has only increased the traffic flow within this community. And I would suggest that as to a different subject matter where the use of the term Disneyland or Disney-esque has been used, we have the real deal. And the real deal within our downtown and our community as a whole has only economically continued to grow and prosper as a result of the things that we have and that we cherish from our natural heritage, from our recreation, from our health and wellness, etc. And we may not see these things come to reality. And it was referenced in the original deputation that Mr. DePoche would like to see his lands come to fruition in some type because he's of the age of 87. And I'm 51 and may not see that. But when I think of the opportunity of what the terminal could do for our community, what the 3 residential buildings could potentially do at the end of Hurontario at the north end, what a performing arts facility could do within our downtown, and potentially other lands within our community that are maybe one-dimensional in the sense one floor that could be repurposed or redeveloped. This morning I made reference at a BIA meeting to, for example, the building that's at St. Marie and the Parkway. Some people may know it as it's got a garage at one end. F54 Health Club is one of the tenants. Well, that's a property, in my opinion, that is underutilized and perhaps someday will be home to a 4 or 5 story building that would complement the other buildings that'll be on the north side of the Parkway. The point I'm trying to make is that our community has gone through an incredible transition. And there are many questions, and I really appreciate the comments and the expertise, and I see the music being played, the comments that are being made by our experts, because they're trying to answer questions that are incredibly difficult. And if I just could make one last comment as it relates to employment. This has nothing to do with COVID. This was an evolution that started prior to COVID that has been accelerated. We are a bedroom community. When my boys started to play hockey here in town, I would suggest that the majority of people that were parents of other children were people who were living and working in this community. The number of people that I have gotten to know as a result of my boys' involvement on council, in my other professional capacity, who live here, who spend their money here, but are working as professional firefighters in other communities, who are maybe operating a business, et cetera, are transitioning not only this community and others. When we talk about live, work, and play, I think that it's interesting, and we need to have, from an economic standpoint, conversations about communities like, I'll just pick an example, Georgian Meadows. That was one of the first brand new subdivisions in our community and has now been finally built out. And one of the key changes is that probably the majority of people who bought originally bought for the intended purpose of residential only. However, I can think of a number of people who have in excess of 6-figure employment figure who are operating businesses for companies or themselves that have no connection to Collingwood. And it just speaks to the evolution. It speaks to the evolution of the community. And the final comment that I would make as it relates to sort of, the unknown from a pure logistical, and I think that one is that from an historical context, there was great conversation and great debate about a multi-use facility out at Fisher Field. And one of the discussion points to the contrary was, we can't build it out there because it's outside of town. And yet our community has built and is building around what today would have been the home of a recreation facility. And I think that the same thing is true. And the one thing that is out of our control, and I'll end on this, is that we're looking at a particular piece of property that happens to be within our built boundary, that is surrounded by other vacant land, both on the west side, the east side, that potentially will be developed for some purpose. And the unknown is what's on the south side. And again, I may not be alive to see it, but, and with all due respect to my friend, Mayor Doug Measures, Ward 1 in Ottawa, and the Mayor of Clearview, there probably will come a day where there's a need to grow beyond our boundary. And the conversations, we're trying to put together something that makes sense today based on the data, based on what we know, based on the information that's before us. And I fully appreciate that, and I fully appreciate the concerns. But I also think if we look for a real broad vision, not only a vision as it relates specifically to this property, but the community as a whole, for good or bad, the Collingwood that we knew in the late 1800s, 1920s, 1950s, 1986 when the shipyard closed, and even the early 2000s is long gone. And it's what we do with what's here today and what the future is going to look like in 50 years. And I think that this is an opportunity, whether it's through an MZO process, whether it's through a regular planning process, that has great vision and foresight as it relates to how we can reuse land that's not being used currently, that can embrace future employment opportunities as the disruption continues within our economy as it relates to how we live and how we actually work. And the vision in terms of how, as a community, we tie all of these pieces, because the comment that was made as it relates to it being out on the east side, it's a valid comment. And I think that if we take a very broad approach, we can, as a community, through our new official plan, through vision such as this, create something that is truly special, that, as I say from the outset, if I'm 80, I'll be lucky enough to see. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Councillor Hamlin, we'll go to you last for your comments. Oh, sorry. And then I have Mayor Saunderson after you, and then I'm going to call the vote. Go ahead, Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come down on this project on the side of that it's an exciting opportunity for us to explore this further. It's a bold vision for our town, and it has great possibilities. The wellness center, the higher order employment uses, a nod to the kind of housing that we need are all important in my mind. I am, however, so aware of the expert advice we have received in the staff report that is before us today and the report of our consultants, that we take a cautious approach. And I do like the recommendations that we do extensive consultation. And I'm talking about with our residents, with our business community, with our development community, and our normal commenting agencies who would give us their expert advice when an application comes through. I also like the nod to the requirement for technical studies to support the plan that's been brought before us. And the technical studies, for example, could be something as straightforward as for each block as it develops, we see marketing studies to show that those uses can actually find a place in the marketplace. And also what's so important to me are the safeguards to make sure, and these will be the important things in my mind that are put into the final documentation to ensure that we get what the proponent is promising. And it might be things, and they're so detailed, and I recommend anyone who's listening to read the reports that are before us tonight, but there's lots of safeguards that are discussed in those reports, and I'm very much in favor of all of them. I wanted to comment, I think the issue to me of the employment lands is an important one, because as our staff have indicated, this parcel of 130 acres, which translates for those still thinking in imperial measurements, about, well, over 300 acres, is most of the contiguous land we have left in our community currently for employment uses. And we are now hearing that the county is saying we should have another 500 acres on top of this over 300 acres if we're going to be well situate in the long term for our needs. And the needs for employment lands are important because they give us the commercial and industrial tax base that support our community, and they also give us jobs. So we've heard from the proponent tonight that they think they can give us more jobs even than what would typically be found in these 300 acres of employment land. So this is where the technical studies and the safeguards come in that I mentioned previously. I'm going to say, show us the money. Because to me, the money and the jobs is so important that we don't let go of those lands until we have those commitments for our community. I realize that by giving a nod to the MZO process, what we're doing is two things. We're taking that job, the job of making sure there's enough employment lands, out of the hands of the county.
I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to wrap because you had minutes before the deputy spoke, and I was lenient with him, so I'll be lenient for another minute with you.
Okay, those weren't comments before, those were questions. But anyway, I will be fast. So I just wanted to say that what we're doing by granting a nod to the MZO is taking our own destiny in our hands, not leaving it with the county to tell us what kind of future employment land needs we have. At this stage, I have to say I'm very comfortable with our consultants and our staff, and I very much look forward to moving forward on this project as we get more details, and therefore I'll be supporting the mayor's.
Excellent, thank you. And Director Valentine's just popped up, and then we'll go to the mayor, and then we're voting, and then we're going to have a 10-minute break.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. And I know you're moving towards a vote, but we do have one more clarification question, which is probably best directed to the mayor. Perhaps he can answer in his comments that he has prepared. We're just wondering about the ongoing discussion with the proponent. We do need to pull together the experts on the call today, as well as legal representation, to have those further discussions about their concerns. We have a short week this week and next. And we have a number of other priority projects that we have been delaying to ensure that this one comes to fruition tonight, most notably the appeals to the ICBL, as well as recruitment of the housing specialists, which are both important topics for this week and next. So the question, Your Worship, would be, is the expectation that these discussions with the proponent happen comprehensively and come to a conclusion between today and the council meeting on April 25th? Or was the expectation that staff and the consultants and the proponents would have more time to allow those discussions to happen?
Good question.
And thank you for that question, Director Valentine. And I guess I'd put that question back to yourself and the CAO in terms of what is a realistic timeline. And I don't know if you would want to take that under advisement and report back on the April 25th council meeting, or if you would like to set a date such as the May SIC meeting, or what is a workable timeline from your perspective. This is a very important initiative, and I want to make sure that staff and our consultants have ample time to work with the proponents to get to a point where they are able to report back to council.
Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor. I think a great option would be to report back on the 25th. I would certainly like to speak to our consultants, as well as reach out to the proponent and our legal representatives about what their availability is over the coming weeks. And if we can get something scheduled within the next 2 weeks, wonderful. But if not, we'll at least have that information available to you and report on the timeline that would be appropriate to ensure that the discussion is comprehensive and that we have the information that council needs to make further decisions.
Excellent. I'm good with that. Thank you.
That's great. Okay. Thank you for clarifying the timeline that was in my last paragraph here. All right. That's everybody. All right.
Do I get a chance to just say a few things? I'll be very quick. Quick. Give me a minute and a half.
I can't imagine there's anything that has not been said.
No, well, I just I would like to say that I agree this is a transformative opportunity for our community, and we around this table are here for our residents and our taxpayers, and our residents and taxpayers today, and our residents and taxpayers of our future generations. And I think that this is an opportunity that needs close consideration moving forward, because it does have the ability to change or influence this community's future in many ways, as the Deputy Mayor has pointed out. And I just, to go to the numbers, would say quickly that We know, based on the MCR that the county is doing, that our population is to grow by 17,000 in the next 30 years. So that's a 70% growth factor over the next 30 years. And with that, to avoid becoming a bedroom community, we want to make sure that we grow jobs in that same time period to allow our residents to work, live, and play here. And we know that affordability is an issue. And we know that our economic development plan is talking about knowledge-based jobs. And we know that according to the Hemson report, we require 200 hectares of additional employment lands to create 4,000 jobs, where we can do that potentially in this vision in the 50 hectares that are out on Poplar Side Road. So this is an opportunity, but it's not one that we're going to jump into. And we have in our resolution the direction that prior to consideration of Council's endorsement of the revised draft MZO, the proponent develop, implement, and document a robust stakeholder consultation plan to the satisfaction of the town. We will absolutely be engaging our residents and stakeholders, from businesses in the BIA to businesses all around town, as well as our residents, about what they see for the future of our community. That is going to be a big factor for this council moving forward. What we are doing is advancing this discussion in collaboration with the proponent, with the aid of our consultants and our excellent staff who have been giving us great advice to date, and I see no reason why we would not pursue this opportunity, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Mayor Saunderson. So I too will be supporting this for many of the reasons that Mayor Saunderson has just outlined, but I'm confident that staff has heard and they're very aware of Council's commitment to stakeholder engagement and open and transparent governance. So I know that we, staff and our consultants, have covered all those things in this report. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion as amended? And opposed? And so noted, and that is carried. Thank you. So I think that has been a long one. The rest should go a little more easily. So I'm going to give everybody a 10-minute break. So we will be back at 20 to 8. So welcome back, everyone. We'll resume our meeting. We are at agenda item 7.2, and it is P 2022-12, authorization bylaw to execute a site plan control agreement for 202 Macdonald Road. And I will look to Director Valentine, who's already up on the screen, ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And looking at the hour and being cognizant that we do have quite a few agenda items remaining to go through, I would suggest with your concurrence that for the next 3 items, we can forego my traditional introductory remarks and move straight to the staff presentations. We do have Community Planner Wukash here for this item and Community Planner Teakle for the next 2.
Very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Director Valentine. Good evening, members of the Development and Operations Committee. I'll provide a brief overview of the proposed site plan control agreement for 202 Macdonald Road tonight. I will confirm firstly that the proposed development was granted an exemption to the provisions of Interim Control Bylaw number 2021-24 on July 19th of last year, as no additional water consumption is required to be allocated for the proposed development. Next slide, please. This is a 2018 aerial image of the subject lands, which are located on the east side of Raglan Street, south of Connell and west of Macdonald Road. The property contains the existing Collingwood Distillery, which was built prior to 1970 and received subsequent approvals for office and warehouse expansions. It is surrounded by other industrial uses, and for context, the development proposed by this application is located in the northwest portion of the property. Next slide, please. The proposed site plan application involves the construction of a 4,500 meter squared addition to an existing warehouse building at the northwest corner of the property. I can see this is a sort of a cutout of the broader site plan, which better identifies the location of the proposed warehouse addition. You can see that it fills in the southwest quadrant of an existing warehouse building. The site plan application also proposes 2 emission control stacks, 1.6 meters in diameter and 25 meters in height, located in between the 2 warehouse buildings. A total of 48 parking spaces are provided for the site, for which a reduction in parking required was approved by the Committee of Adjustment through a minor variance application on February 24th, 2022. The minor variance also approved an existing legal non-complying exterior side yard setback on Connell Street for the existing warehouses. Next slide, please. This image shows the location of the proposed warehouse addition from the Raglan Street frontage. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed warehouse addition's building elevations, which will utilize the same materials and color palette as the existing warehouse and blend seamlessly. The proposed emission stacks are located internal to the site and are exempt from any height restrictions in the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. This is a landscape plan for the site, and you'll notice that the proposal includes a significant landscape buffer along both Raglan Street and Connell Street frontages, consisting of deciduous and coniferous trees and shrubs. This buffer is designed to soften the extensive building facades of the proposed addition and the existing warehouse buildings along both Raglan and Connell Streets. Next slide, please. The proposed development is consistent and in conformity with all of the applicable planning instruments outlined in the staff report. And the proposed site plan was circulated to town departments and external commenting agencies, and there were no objections to the proposal. And as I mentioned earlier, this site has been granted an ICBL exemption. Next slide, please. The the recommendation before committee this evening is that council approve site plan application file D111021 and that council enact and pass an authorizing bylaw to execute the site plan control agreement. You can see here the financial matters that are required to be paid with the site plan agreement. Those have not yet been provided, but we understand that they have been issued and we will be receiving them shortly. The agreement has also been signed by the owner of the property at this point. So all the payments will be received prior to council's consideration of the file on April 25th, 2022. And that concludes my presentation. And I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
So I'll look to the deputy clerk. Is there anyone in the gallery who would wish to speak to this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. If there's anyone wishing to speak to the staff report, if you could please press the raise your hand feature. No one wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the recommendation I will put on the floor, that staff report P 2022-12, authorization by law to execute a site plan control agreement 202 Macdonald Road be received, and that council approve site plan amendment application file number D111021, and that council enact and pass an authorization by law to execute a site plan control agreement for the development of an expansion to an existing warehouse building and 2 emission control stacks associated with the Collingwood Distillery at the property municipally addressed as 202 Macdonald Road. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Hall, Vice Chair Doherty. Any questions? Mayor Saunderson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Planner Wukosh. Just a question on the stacks, the emission control stacks. It talks about 2 additional stacks, but I don't know if there are any there at the site already, and so these would be new emission control measures at the plant. Is that right?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe there is one stack of a fairly significant and visual, site right now on the property. I don't know how tall it is, but I suspect that the 2 new emission stacks will be comparable in size to the one that is existing on site, and that one's further to the east, and it's associated with the distillery operation itself rather than the warehousing where these 2 stacks will be located.
Okay, and so they'll be venting the warehouses or the distillery operations?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Nathan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? I'm not sure the answer to that question, Your Worship. I do know that the stacks are a result of an odor abatement plan that the proponent prepared as part of their environmental compliance approvals in order to address a potential future exceedance of ethanol levels. So I'm not sure whether that would be venting whiskey or alcohol that's being stored on site, or whether it's related to the distillery operation itself.
Yeah, thank you for that. And well, that's good news, and glad to see the planting plan as well. So that's a step forward too. So I'm certainly in support of this.
Right. And, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you to Manager Wukosh. I had a similar question regarding the stacks, and it may be actually something that would have to be followed up on, but my question was, were these stacks going to be introduced as a result of a new process being added to the facility, or as I say, or as you have said, abatement of the existing warehouse facility such that one could only anticipate improvement to whatever emission there may be right now?
So, Community Planner Wukosh, I don't think we're expecting an answer tonight, but perhaps a commitment to have an answer for the council meeting that we could just clarify as to the use of the stacks as a production process or a storing process. Am I hearing that correctly? Yeah. So
Thank you,
I'm
Madam
seeing
Chair.
any-
We will undertake to get some more information from the applicant and provide council with a response before the council meeting.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, then we will vote on the motion. So all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 7.3 is P 2022-13, Heritage Designation of 243 Birch Street, and we look to Community Planner Tico to set us up for this. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So this is a presentation for staff report P 2022-13 regarding a heritage designation for 243 Birch Street. Next slide, please. The 243 Birch Street is located on the east side of Birch Street, close to the south end of the block between 3rd Street and 4th Street. The owners of the property, Stuart and Valerie Brown, requested that it be designated to protect the dwelling for future generations. The property contains an 1886 Queen Anne style dwelling with Gothic revival influences. This Part 4 designation means that the property will be individually designated and is outside of the downtown Collingwood Heritage Conservation District. As such, the property designation bylaw would govern the protection of the property and not the district plan. Next slide, please. So additional details of the proposed designation are provided in staff report P 2021-35, linked to from this report, and subsequent to Council's resolution of December 20th, 2021 to initiate the designation with a notice of intention to designate and bring back a designation bylaw, staff are now returning with that designation bylaw. The notice of intention to designate was given on February 3rd of this year, and the last date to file an objection was March.
Thank you very much.
And no objections were received. As such, passed the designation bylaw attached at Appendix A. Sorry, can you hear me? I got a notice that
it's intermittent. I thought you had finished and I was proceeding on to ask the public. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
That's okay. I think I'm back now. I think my internet went unstable there for a minute. Am I clear now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Just in summary, the recommendation is that the report be received and that council enact and pass a designation bylaw attached in Appendix A. And that's all.
That's our conclusion, for real. Okay, great. Deputy Clerk Dahl, could you ask if anyone would like to speak to this wonderful initiative and request?
Chair Jeffrey, if there's anyone from the public that wishes to speak to the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of the screen. Report tonight.
All right, so with that, the recommendation is that staff report P 2022-13 heritage designation of 243 Birch Street be received, and that council enacts and passes a bylaw to designate the property municipally known as 243 Birch Street as a property of cultural heritage value or interest under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Vice Chair Doherty and Mayor Saunderson. Any questions on this? Is such a great addition, would be great addition following our vote or council's vote, our recommendation. All right, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Community Planner Tico, and I will ask you then to carry forward with 7.4 P 2022-14, a bylaw in relation to heritage permits, delegated authority, and work orders.
All right, next slide, please. So the town does not currently have authority to issue work orders for works that require a heritage permit alone. In response to this gap, Council passed a resolution on November 22nd of last year, directing staff to investigate and report back to Council regarding the preparation and implementation of a bylaw that would permit the application of stop work orders on heritage-related activities. Next slide, please. In response to the resolution, staff undertook a review of the town's current heritage delegation bylaw 2013-061 and best practices from other municipalities. Understanding council's desire for continuous improvement to the town's heritage functions, the opportunity afforded by the council resolution was seized upon to improve, streamline, and increase clarity around the town's overall heritage program, administration, and systems through a holistic review of the bylaw. The resulting proposed updates will benefit the community and the overall protection of heritage assets in Collingwood. Next slide, please. So the impetus for the bylaw, as directed by council, was for the town to be able to permit the application of stop work orders for heritage-related activities. Notices and orders of the updated bylaw would empower the director or their designate, as well as bylaw enforcement officers, to issue written notices and warnings under the bylaw. Staff would also be empowered to make two types of orders. One, an order to discontinue. So if the director or municipal law enforcement officer was satisfied that a contravention of the bylaw had occurred, they may make an order requiring the owner or occupier of the property on which the contravention occurred to discontinue the contravening activity. And secondly, a work order. Similarly, if staff are satisfied that a contravention of the bylaw occurred, they may make an order requiring the owner or occupier of the property on which the contravention occurred to do work to correct the contravention. Both types of orders would include details of the contravention and the date that for required compliance. Orders could be served personally, by email, or by registered mail, and serving orders in person or by email would enable staff to respond to an urgent situation with an immediate order. Examples of contraventions include undertaking a work without a heritage permit, failing to comply with the conditions of a heritage permit, or undertaking work associated with an expired heritage permit. Contraventions of the bylaw or an order made under the bylaw would be subject to potential fines and penalties under the Municipal Act, in addition to any penalties under the Ontario Heritage Act. And enforcement activities would continue to be exercised on a complaints basis. Next slide, please. So in terms of other key changes proposed, the bylaw includes a general prohibition stating that alterations or demolition on a property designated under Part 4 of the Act or located in a heritage conservation district must obtain a permit in accordance with the bylaw and conduct work in accordance with the conditions of the permit. The current bylaw does not contain a comparable section and relies on the Act, being the Heritage Act, to compel owners to obtain a permit. This section is necessary for staff to identify a contravention to the proposed bylaw and be able to issue work orders where an offense under the bylaw has occurred. Secondly, listing or registering properties on the Municipal Heritage Register, so without designating the property, is not a common practice in the town of Collingwood, but should council wish to exercise this authority either on its own or as an interim step towards designation, the proposed bylaw sets out clear guidance for these properties where the current bylaw does not. This includes submission requirements for a request to demolish a registered property. The current bylaw enables staff to request any information they may require in accordance with the Act to support an application for a heritage permit. The Act also allows council to request additional information such as reports, studies, and plans with a heritage permit application. The proposed bylaw continues to delegate the ability to request such additional information to staff while permitting council to request additional information in accordance with the Act. In addition to this general power to request information broadly, the proposed bylaw specifies a number of items that may be requested, such as a heritage impact assessment prepared by a qualified consultant. Similarly, the updated bylaw specifies general power to request specifies information that the director may request to accompany an application in the event that the owner of a Part 4 designated property submits an application to repeal a designation bylaw. Decisions to repeal would be retained by council. Heritage permits would expire with 5 years under the proposed bylaw from the date of issuance, but expiration may be extended at the discretion of the town. And the inspection section of the proposed bylaw continues to permit staff to undertake such inspections as well as general inspections, such as to confirm whether work is occurring without a permit for any property subject to the bylaw. The proposed bylaw also lists specific staff positions that are authorized to inspect heritage properties and further specifies that no person shall obstruct any authorized person from performing a duty under the bylaw. Next slide, please. So the delegated authority for issuance of heritage permits and the involvement of the Heritage Committee remains consistent with the current delegation bylaw. And as with the current bylaw, council may withdraw any delegated authority provided in the bylaw by notifying the director. Next slide, please. So in summary, staff are recommending the council receive the report and that council enact and pass a bylaw in Appendix A to the report and that council repeal bylaw 2013-061. And I will now pass my presentation to Director Valentine for this one additional slide.
Thank you, Justin, and through you, Madam Chair. This last slide is in response to commentary made by councillors and the Heritage Committee respecting potential next steps for streamlining and resourcing of the town's heritage programs. So currently today we have 30% of one full-time staff resource that is dedicated to delivering the heritage programs in partnership with the Heritage Committee. In the past, we do understand that there may have been up to one full-time equivalent position resourcing heritage matters, which would result in a approximately 70% decline over time in resource allocation. And further to that, the existing staff commitment is only able to provide the limited resources in the core program areas, which are outlined for you in the staff report. And that individual is being increasingly called upon to process and review development applications as growth pressures mount within the municipality. On several fronts and occasions, councillors have expressed an interest as well in overarching comprehensive review and evaluation of the town's heritage programs, as well as the committee structure in order to gain efficiencies and streamline systems and improve processes as well as communication channels. And while staff have certainly made some headway on what we would call the low-hanging fruit in this regard, such as additional communication materials and outreach, this bylaw review and update presented by Community Planner Teakle, as well as working towards responding to the BIA's recommendations, when we do look more holistically and consider the other operational plan priorities for 2022 and 2023, if committee and council was desiring a comprehensive review of the town's heritage programs in the short term, that would require the assistance of a consultant. And such a project in consultation with the town's treasurer, we feel could be funded through any unspent heritage tax rebate or grant funds that may remain at the end of 2022. And should it be council's desire, should council desire further program enhancements or to provide an augmented staff resource to assist the Heritage Committee in achieving their programmatic and community engagement goals, council may wish, excuse me, to consider that further through the 2023 budget deliberations, potentially a return to a full-time dedicated position to heritage matters. And one input that we would suggest would be important for that discussion would be to rely upon the development process and fees review project, which we have planned to launch later this year, which will frame the overall resource needs within the planning division and could be used to help confirm whether boosting staff commitments to heritage programs is appropriate. However, if the dedicated position was indeed found to be supportable from a resource perspective, we would also recommend that the town take the opportunity to embrace a leadership role as an early adopter by incorporating the concepts and activities that build on important work that's being done across our community on inclusivity, diversity, equity, and anti-racism. And to achieve this type of forward-focused change and action, it's necessary to integrate the viewpoints and values of all people that make up the growing fabric of our community. We see engagement with Indigenous communities, LGBTQS+, racialized communities, youth, and newcomers to the area as critical conversations. So to reframe and address any potential bias in heritage or the wider land use planning programs of the town overall, that, in our opinion, can't happen effectively without a diversity of thought and representation. And we would suggest that an augmented heritage resource in the future would seek to collaborate with those groups as well as across departments to access those inputs that more effectively reflect the inhabitants of our increasingly diverse community. So, Madam Chair, you will note that none of this next step conversation none of it is reflected in the resolution before you today. It was a request for additional information and thoughts that staff may have on the next steps, and certainly open to future discussion and direction as this committee and council would feel appropriate. Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Director Valentine. I was going to ask for clarification for the public to have the understanding. While these are all really very important points for us going forward, it really wasn't part of the discussion of the motion on the floor and may have been more appropriate as a departmental update or something. But anyway, the information is great information and very important for us going forward. So I will put, actually, I'll ask the Deputy Clerk if there's anyone wishing to speak to this.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. If there's anyone wishing to speak to the staff report, if you could please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the recommendation is that report P 2022-14 bylaw in relation to heritage permits, delegated authority and work orders be received, and that council enact and pass a bylaw to delegate the power to establish procedures for processing permit application under the Ontario Heritage Act, and to delegate the power to consent grant permits for the alteration of designated heritage properties, including the power to issue orders per the bylaw, and further that council repeal bylaw 2013-061, being a bylaw to delegate the power to consent grant heritage permits for the alteration of designated heritage properties. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Vice Chair Doherty. Seconder, thank you. Deputy Mayor Hull. Are there any questions on this great work by staff to really make our processes better? Deputy Mayor Hull.
Thank you. I do appreciate the work, and I'm asking these questions, acknowledging up front that I'm supporting what's been presented this evening. I just would like to clarify one question. That would be if staff could just agree or disagree that regardless of replacing the bylaw, it is still a complaint-driven bylaw. Is that correct?
Through to staff.
Through the chair to the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. It is still a complaints-based bylaw.
Okay. So I'm supporting this evening, but my only comment is that there still continues, in my opinion, and I am saying this very mindful, knowing that I have recused myself in the past from a specific item, inequity as it relates to buildings within the Heritage District that have gone years without attention. And in my opinion, and I can think of one very specific property on St. Paul that, again, my opinion, has been neglected. And under this bylaw, that doesn't rectify that particular situation, as it simply is still complaint-driven. But that said, I acknowledge that what I thought was a fairly black and white process, having been a past member of Heritage and an advocate for Heritage, that there was gray and ambiguity as it relates to, the ability to enforce. And so I do appreciate that we've taken the gray out and that we are focused on the black and white. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. And just a very quick comment. Good work, well done. There was a hole in our bylaw that existed previously, and it has been filled now. And the other thing that I will just say, I want to thank staff actually for addressing the notion of heritage in a environment that we have come to recognize as needing more recognition for inclusiveness and recognition of all cultures, and that heritage really is a construct of colonialism, and it is very important for us to recognize that sense of place is not the same for everyone in our country. So thank you for addressing that, and I think we'll probably be seeing a little bit more about that.
Okay.
Sounds like.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for our Director Valentine. I appreciated the extra slide at the end of the staff presentation about future work. And I know in part you were addressing some questions I had. And so I was wondering, in terms of the comprehensive review of the heritage programs, including the committee composition, if I was to make an amendment to the staff recommendation, would it be to suggest that that work be looked at in the context of the 2023 budget? Is that your recommendation?
Through the chair.
Just procedure, I just want to clarify with Deputy Clerk Dahl, first of all. This isn't part of the regular motion that we're considering. Would this come under other business as a notice of motion? It's not going to be an amendment to what we have on the floor right now.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So, Councillor Hamlin, what I would ask you to do is have Director Valentine respond to you as to a notice of motion for going forward under other business.
I have a clarification of that. Whoops, sorry. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, well, anyway, I can't see you. I'll figure that out later.
That's not a bad thing.
The staff report does address in some detail the future work that could be done, but without a recommendation. And that's why I had thought I would bring, in the context of this discussion, an amendment to the staff recommendation to pick up the additional discussion out of the staff report. And so perhaps through you, Madam Chair, to our Deputy Clerk, would that not just be an amendment to this motion?
Go, yes, Deputy Clerk.
The chair to Councillor Hamlin. I don't believe it would be. It didn't form part of the recommendation for the committee to consider at the meeting tonight, so it would require notice of motion of its direction to staff.
Okay, so I can do that at the end of the meeting, Madam Chair?
Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other comments specific to the recommendation on the floor? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll make note to remember to get to you under other business. So that brings us to 7.5, PW 2022-02, which is our 2021 Annual Wastewater Performance Report. So I see Director Slama up and ready to go. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Jeffries. You can hear me all right?
We can.
Okay, great. Yeah, because it's our first time speaking this evening, and I'm just working remotely. So I just wanted to confirm. And in the interest of time, I'll just pass it over to Manager McGinnity, who will provide a summary on the wastewater report to start.
Thank you very much. Manager McGinnity, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So tonight I'll be providing Council with some highlights from our 2021 Wastewater Annual Performance Report. So if you could please advance the slide. So as the owner and operator of the town's wastewater treatment plant and sewage pumping stations, the town is required to report to the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks on the performance of these facilities each year. And while the 2021 report has been provided, I just wanted to emphasize a couple items that maybe required some further awareness and conversation. Next slide. So our wastewater treatment plant has a rated capacity of 24,548 cubic meters per day, which is based on average daily flows at the plant. And in 2021, our average daily flow was 18,063 cubic meters per day. So this is comparable to average days flows observed over the past 5 years. And as discussed in previous reports, these flows are often influenced by wet or dry years due to inflow into the wastewater system. And that can be observed with the lower than average daily flows in 2019, which was a drier year. Currently, we're operating at about 74% of our rated treatment capacity. And as the plant moves towards 80% of its treatment capacity, we'll be advancing with an expansion and currently looking at starting an environmental assessment or municipal class environmental assessment in 2025, which is required before completing any design work. Next slide. In 2021, our final effluent quality was very good. All our final effluent samples met the compliance limits for every parameter throughout the year, and generally with sufficient buffer to not raise concern about the ability of the facility to continue to meet this effluent quality criteria. But of note, there was one E. coli month where our sample was above the objective, but below the compliance limit. And this is likely attributable to issues that we had throughout the year with UV transmittance analyzer, and also a missed sampling result due to some issues with a courier. Next slide. We did have one partial treatment bypass and overflow event in September 2021. That was a result of a significant precipitation event. While most of the flows received full treatment, a portion of the wastewater bypassed our UV disinfection process, but was disinfected with chlorine pucks. But another portion of the wastewater overflowed to the harbor with no treatment. We also initiated a bypass at Minnesota Street Sewage Pumping Station to help reduce the flows going to the wastewater treatment plant. The Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks was notified of the event and was satisfied with the town's response. Next slide. While we were successful with achieving the effluent quality compliance limits throughout the year, we did have some operational challenges to navigate in 2021. The first being staffing. We had several staff turnover in 2020 that we had to continue to train and bring up to speed in early 2021. And we were able to get these 2 new operators onto our on-call rotation, which helped ease some of the burden on our other operators by about mid-2021. Also, towards the end of the year, we hired a contract wastewater operator in training to help fill a temporary void that's been left by an operator who's on a leave of absence. Staff also undertook efforts to optimize the power usage associated with our UV disinfection at the wastewater treatment plant with the installation of a UV transmittance analyzer. But unfortunately, there were some issues with the equipment and we struggled to get proper support from the supplier as a manufacturer was transitioning to a new supplier in 2021. This issue was finally resolved in late 2021 and has been operating without issues since then. As council is aware, our primary digester number 2 overpressurized in December 2021, which was the result of what we believe to be debris clogging the discharge piping from the digester. A spill of partially digested sludge occurred and was reported to the ministry. Budget to proceed with the cleanout of this digester was approved as part of the 2022 operating budget and will now also involve further inspection to determine any damage and repairs required to be completed before we bring this digester back in service. And finally, while the biogas cogeneration system is not something that we are required to report on in our report to the ministry, we wanted to make council aware that there have been some operational challenges with the system in 2020 and 2021. With our staffing shortages and focus on critical wastewater treatment tasks through the pandemic, as well as issues with getting the required support from the equipment suppliers, trying to keep this equipment in service fell lower on the priority list in 2021. Our operations staff have started to receive some support from our facilities division with the operation of this equipment, and we're now optimistic that we'll be able to bring it back into service when the digestion process restabilizes and we start to produce enough methane gas again to operate the system. Next slide. And thank you very much. That's a brief update, highlights on our performance report for wastewater treatment last year, and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you very much for the report. Deputy Clerk Dahl, do we have anyone who would like to ask questions or speak to this item?
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. If there's anyone wishing to speak in the attendees list on the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I will put the recommendation on the floor that council receive staff report PW 2022-02 2021 annual wastewater performance report and endorse the 2021 annual wastewater performance report. If I could have a mover and a seconder, please. Mayor Saunderson and Deputy Mayor Hall. And questions on this, Mayor Saunderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Manager McGinty or Director Salama. We talk about how close we're getting to our rated capacity and the EA to be commenced at 80%. And with our SCAP policy that we've just passed, I'm wondering if we track our wastewater capacity on a per unit basis as growth occurs in a way similar to what we do with our water treatment plant, and if so, what that looks like.
Manager McGinty?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through Madam Chair to Mr. Mayor. Yes, you that's something that we will be having to track going forward. It would be a similar calculation to what we have proposed through or have been doing for the water treatment capacity and what's been outlined in the policy, water allocation policy. So instead of looking at max day demands, we'd be looking at average day flows into the treatment plant, to wastewater plant, and converting that to an SDU equivalent for residential or for commercial ICI development. So that's something that we will be doing going forward, yes, but not currently.
Okay, and I guess just as a follow-up, because we've experienced issues with our water capacity, and I know we're not yet at the 80%, but I'm wondering is there a timeline for when that might come back to council? The proposal about how we would track it, it seems to me it's an important corollary to our water treatment issues.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, so I think, in terms of what's been outlined in the allocation policy, to me that provides the framework that we need to go forward. And on the policy, it was proposed that we would report to council twice a year on available water, drinking water, and wastewater treatment capacity remaining. So that's something that we would be providing semi-annual updates to council going forward.
Okay, I guess
Sorry, did I cut out? Okay.
No, you're good. No, I'm just giving.
I guess I was looking at how more in terms of what the framework would be or the matrix that we would monitor this. It just seems to me with everything that's gone on, we would want to make sure that the council understands how we are tracking as new development comes online, what are the demands going to be on our wastewater treatment facility. I know, and it's largely affected by rainfall and other factors, but it seems to me that council will want to understand how that translates into to our development demands, and are we going to be running into issues where timelines are a concern?
Manager McGinty, if you would respond.
Or looks like Director Slama is going to take the first.
Okay, great.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll see if I can provide an answer to this question through you to Mayor Saunderson. So we are working with the development of the SCAP. That is the framework, as Manager McGinty indicated, that we will be following to determine the allocation for water and wastewater, and council's opportunity to see how much capacity has been allocated will be through those semi-annual reports. That will be council's opportunity to see how much capacity is remaining in both the water and the wastewater treatment plants. And I believe based on some internal discussions with internal staff, we were considering providing our first report to council on the status of the two facilities, the water treatment and the wastewater treatment, in September. So it won't be quite our what we predict will be our two touch points with council going forward, which will likely be August and February. But we thought we've been talking about presenting that report to council in September of this year, so we can see where we're sitting with all of the development that has been approved in Collingwood and through the exemption policies as well, exemptions as well.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. And before I ask, I guess I would also comment here that when I read 2025, I had a bit of angst given our experience and how the build out takes so long, and I'm assuming that the materials and equipment portion of the build and the expansion to come won't be as challenged as we have been in terms of the COVID experience. But I think I would have a much better sense and calm and understanding if I had something. I'm not, I don't have your qualifications, but I need something to make me feel a lot better and a lot more educated about our decision. And because 2025, when I read that really seemed really far away. So that's great. So when you make those semi-annual reports, we would be able to make an adjustment to the timelines based on what we're seeing trending in those numbers, correct? Director Slama, yeah.
Yes, that is correct, Chair Jeffries. That's exactly it. And I think you'll also, one thing to consider, right, is to look at the trending of what we're seeing, right? And so Manager McGinnity just presented a chart that showed us the average flow at the wastewater treatment plant. And we can see that it has moved a little bit in the last few years, but we haven't seen any, major spikes up or down. And that's a good indicator that, as long as we're looking at that trending, as well as doing this very frequent reporting, I think we'll be in a very good position to initiate the Class EA at the right time.
That's great. Thank you. Are there any other questions from committee members? Vice Chair Doherty and then Councillor Hamlin. I see your hand. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. And through you to, either Manager McGinnity or Director Slama. So my first question has to do with the storm event where there was release of higher than recommended levels of E. coli into the harbor. And our, as I understand from the report, the limit that we like to keep ourselves under is around 200. And at this event, it was 300. Can you give me an idea of how serious that is? Like, is that a huge variation from where we want to be, or is it relatively minor? I mean, E. coli is never good, but in the scheme of things, not so much cause for alarm.
Director Slama? Yep, go ahead.
I'll let Manager McGinnity take
Okay,
place.
yep, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to you, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. That I would just highlight that typically when looking at wastewater quality and comparing it to our ECAs are written so that we're looking at average discharges. I think from a wastewater operation perspective, the ministry understands there's going to be ups and downs, and it's not as, refined, should we say, as drinking water processes. It's a lot more biological processes. It's not as consistent, I would say. So there is those peaks and valleys, and they're looking for those averages to be below the compliance, and then even better, giving us these more stringent operating objectives to work towards. In terms of 300, it's not terrible from my perspective. From wastewater discharges, it's not what we would like. Obviously, I agree with you. No amount of E. coli is good, but I think it's important to note that, while we look for 0 in our drinking water, they're looking for an average of 100 in our wastewater effluent as a compliance limit. So I think on a monthly basis. So I think see one event where there was 300. I'm not overly concerned. No. And sorry, just for clarification, that 300 event that you're referring to was separate from the bypass event. That was actually related to the operational issues with the UV that we were having.
Okay. Any follow-up?
No, thank you. Thank you for that. My next question, there was reference to the storm event on September 22nd and 23rd. And as is noted also in a letter that you have probably seen in the consent agenda, there was some basement flooding that had occurred at the same time as that event in the shipyards area. And my question is there an action that the town could or would be able to take to prevent something like this from happening at the time or on a go-forward basis?
Councillor Doherty, I think that we would refer your question to staff at a later time, given the information we have before us in the consent agenda and in the report. And I think Councillor Hammond may have worked with staff in the stylation of a similar type of question.
Mm-hmm.
If you could just take me at my word on that.
Okay, so you're saying we will address that at another time? Okay. One other question. There were a couple of issues over the year that were related in part to staffing shortages, as you noted in the report. And I'm wondering, these staffing shortages in 2021, would they be related to the sort of ubiquitous staffing shortages that we have seen really throughout our town, throughout our country in this past year or two, or are these more chronic issues that we need to address in terms of increasing our operating budget in future years?
Okay. Whoever's going to take that on,
Sure.
Go ahead, please.
I can try. Director Slama can fill in if I miss anything. But through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty, I would say it's not necessarily related to the broader, I guess, hiring and staffing issues that we're hearing conversations about, whether it's in the town of Collingwood, across Ontario, across Canada. I'd say this is more just challenges that we've had within our staffing complement. You know, we've had some extended absences, we had some departures, we've had some significant shifting of responsibilities and movements. You know, since I've started at the town, we just had an operator promoted to supervisor. We had to backfill that position. We had somebody promoted to chief operator. We had to backfill that position. We had somebody depart. We have had people on various extended leaves of absence. So it's just been a bit of a shuffle. And then also with other requirements around the pandemic and limiting what we could do, separating staff so that they weren't working together to try to limit the spread of the virus, to keep our essential workers available to respond to emergencies and continue to provide these essential services. So it's really been a bit of a shuffle over the past year or two. We're feeling like we're still doing a little bit of shuffling. Just note that we had another retirement in the department. So, you know, it just keeps, it's a bit of a revolving door, but we're working on it. And we feel really good with some recent hires that we've had and hopeful that we'll start to see some stabilization.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. So I guess, and the message to our public is that it is being stabilized, but it's being operated very efficiently and within anything that would give us concern. It's operating as it should. Okay, Councillor Hammond, I believe you had a question, maybe too?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was grateful to hear the questions about the 2025 timeline for an environmental assessment and the answer that we got, that we'd have an opportunity to consider this further in September. And I'm wondering if staff would also be able to comment at that time about whether construction of additions to the wastewater treatment plant would allow us to avoid the overflow and bypass events that we've experienced. And I don't expect an answer now. I know these are hard questions sometimes, but if you could address that in September when this comes back, because maybe there'll be other reasons we should be advancing the construction of an addition or part of it. That was my comment.
Thank you. And so I think I see Director Salama nodding that they will take that under advisement and we won't need a motion or direction for that. All right, that's great. So seeing no other questions, and then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you very much for the report and for being such stalwart for us in the operations during some really challenging times. So we appreciate what you've done. So thank you for that. Okay, so that brings us to item 7.6, and I have declared a conflict, so I will recuse myself and turn it over to Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, and so the matter that we have at hand on this item is in regard to expropriations that will be required in order to complete the Mountain Road improvements, which are long awaited. And who will be presenting this report?
Director Slama, please.
Okay, great. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Doherty. Yes, so this report in front of you this evening is for the Mountain Road expropriation. So staff have been working on the road reconstruction project for the upgrading of Mountain Road between Cambridge Street and the 10th line for a few years. The project will see a widening of Mountain Road to 5 lanes with a separate cycling facility, multi-use trail and sidewalk, along with sanitary, storm and water infrastructure upgrades. Following the study component, staff commenced negotiation with landowners along Mountain Road for the purchase of slivers of land to allow for the road widening. These continue as the project has moved through design and through to the commencement of utility relocation work, which started this year. In order to keep the project on track, and some of the milestones that we're paying particular attention to are we're looking to tender for the construction of the works this fall, hoping to start construction in spring 2023. So to keep the project on track, this report has been brought forward with a recommendation for staff delegation to allow for land expropriation if the purchase negotiations are unsuccessful. So as noted in the report, staff will continue with the purchase negotiations for as long as possible. And negotiations would continue within the budget approved for this project for 2022. And if any negotiations go above the approved budget, this would be brought forward to council prior to any agreement. And that's my short summary of the report.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Deputy Clerk Dahl, is there anyone in the audience that cares to make a statement or a question in regard to this staff report?
There is someone with their hand raised. I think they might want to speak to the item before this, though, so we'll allow them to speak, and if they could please state their name and
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can.
If you can please state your name, and you have 5 minutes to address the committee.
My name is Lauren Kirschenbaum. I live at 22 Emerson News in the Shipyards. And you punted the question. 4 of our residents had their basements flooded. I managed to dodge the bullet. But as a community, we're still quite concerned. And when the question came up in front of council, you said, "Bupkis." That's Yiddish for nothing. You said nothing. You decided to punt it down the road. I've been sitting here watching this for 3.5 hours, looking for some sort of answer to the question that was posed quite eloquently by the board in their letter, and you decided to say nothing. It's so unacceptable.
Madam Chair,
yes.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment.
Yes, I see you. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I think what Madam Jeffrey, or what Chair Jeffrey was referring to earlier was that as this item is coming up during the consent agenda, that we would have an opportunity at that time to address the concerns of the community. So it wasn't being addressed under this particular item, if that's helpful. Thank you.
Well, when will it be addressed?
Sir, the very next item after this staff report, we will be covering consent agenda. I see your card.
Yeah, sorry,
Deputy
Vice
Clerk.
Chair Doherty, it's item 9 on the agenda.
Okay. My apologies, sir. It will be the item after the next one, but we will be speaking to it this evening.
And I'll continue to sit by and listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, where were we?
Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak specific to the land expropriation report being considered by the committee currently? No one wishing to speak to the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will read the recommendation and I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. So that Council of the Town of Collingwood authorize intent to expropriate by the Corporation of the Town of Collingwood portions of property municipally known as 50, 80, 90, 101, 260, and 295 Mountain Road for necessary road widening required for municipal purposes. And that council authorize the clerk to execute all documents, including but not limited to the application for approval to expropriate land, and notice be provided in accordance with the Expropriations Act, and undertake all necessary actions to expropriate the lands described as follows. A, fee simple interest in Part 1 on Reference Plan 51R-443-338, 101 Mountain Road. 2, Part 1 on Reference Plan 51R-433-39, 295 Mountain Road. Number 3, Part 2 on Reference Plan 51R-433-39, 260 Mountain Road. And 4, part of the property municipally known as 50 Mountain Road and identified in gray on the sketch attached here 2 as Appendix C, and 5, a part of the property municipally known as 80 Mountain Road and identified in gray on the sketch attached here 2 as Appendix D. And B, an easement on Part 2 on Reference Plan 51R-43-338, 90 Mountain Road, subject to the review by the town solicitor. And that council authorize staff to continue negotiations with the property owners and to seek to resolve all matters relating to the taking by agreement under Section 30 of the Expropriations Act, and subject to the approval of the town's chief administrative officer, that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute such agreement, and that the clerk be authorized to forward to the chief inquiry officer, pursuant to the provisions of the Expropriations Act, any request for hearings that may be received, and to represent the town as necessary at an inquiry held under the Expropriations Act. And that council, as approving authority, approve of the expropriation of the lands described above, providing there is no hearing of necessity requested, and that the lands being expropriated in fee simple and required for road purposes be dedicated as a common and public highway upon their acquisition. Mover and seconder, Mayor Saunderson, Deputy Mayor Hall. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Councillor Hadman? Okay. No, okay, great. All right then, that being said, I will call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
I couldn't get back in that way without somebody. Thank you very much, Vice Chair, for handling that. So that brings us to item 8. Reports and minutes of other boards. So it is that the minutes of the Collingwood Heritage Committee meeting held March 21st, 2022 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mayor Saunderson and Deputy Mayor Hall. And Deputy Mayor Hall wishes to speak.
Thank you. Through you to Deputy Clerk, to all, just for the public record. There's reference to a property, 12 4th Street West. I've previously declared a conflict, but this is a separate matter, and the permit's already been issued. So we're not voting on, no, so I'm just acknowledging that publicly.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, no other comments then? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Brings us to the consent agenda. So firstly, I will simply put the motion on the floor to receive. That council herein receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. We have 3 items, 9.1 from Simcoe Standard Condominium Corporation, number 467, damage from sewage backup flooding, 9.2 MVCA board meeting highlights from March 25th, 2022, and 9.3, which is a Live, Work, Learn, Play, Inc. and DEPUTATIONS Management Limited response to staff report P 2022-15, proposed minister's zoning order MZO Poplar Regional Health and Wellness Village, already discussed in another agenda item. Have a mover and a seconder to receive, please. Deputy Mayor Hall, Vice Chair, oh, sorry, I'll get Councillor Hamlin this time. I keep forgetting to look up there for the motions. Okay, so all those in favor of receiving, that is carried unanimously. And then we'll ask if there are any items you'd like to pull for discussion or notice of motion. And Councillor Hamlin.
9.1, please.
Okay, any others to be pulled? Okay, seeing none, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item is a letter from one of our condominium boards that's located in the shipyards, where as a result of one of the items we were discussing earlier, there was a significant sewage backup into the basements of some 6 of the newer homes there. The letter outlines some serious issues that these homeowners have experienced and continue to experience, and they've asked for some answers to some very specific questions as well a meeting. And I'm wondering if tonight our CAO is prepared to respond to some of these questions or all of them.
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin, and I'll ask CEO Skinner to give us a high-level response to the request.
Thank you, via you, Chair Jeffrey, to Councillor Hamlin. We have some brief comments to provide in response to the letter, and as well, we would be happy to continue to meet with the condo corporations from the shipyards, and I'll ask if it's okay to have Director Slama make a couple of comments on the overall approach.
Yep, sure. Director Slama.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to just touch on a bit of a bit on how the our collection system and the wastewater plant react with such a high intensity storm event. So we had a storm event on September 22nd and 23rd, and this was an unusual storm event. It was what we would term a high intensity storm, so a large amount of water in a short period of time. And during these kind of storm events, our sanitary collection system will experience some problems with significant inflow and infiltration entering the collection system, and all of this flows towards the wastewater treatment plant. So at the wastewater treatment plant, the plant will push through as much wastewater as possible. So, you know, when we look at how our plant is designed for our average flow, and we recognize that the peak flows received at the plant during, you know, this kind of event are significantly higher. So our peak flow design is, you know, 2.5 times higher than our average flow. And what happens is our influent pumps, which are designed to move that flow, so they'll push as much as they can through the wastewater plant. And when they can't keep up, then it overflows. The wastewater will flow and fully bypass the plant and go directly into the bay. So both of these situations occurred during this high flow event on September 22nd and 23rd. And this progression, I'll call it, occurs automatically at the wastewater treatment plant. So it's not something that that there's a piece of equipment or a point in time where operators are initiating anything at the plant. The pumps will pump as much as they can, and when the pumps can't keep up, then the wastewater fully bypasses the plant and goes directly to the bay. So we also have options to bypass our wastewater flow at the Minnesota pump stations and the Black Ash Creek sewage pump station. And this is something that was more recently approved by the ministry for Collingwood. And in these situations, for the flow to be bypassed at either of these two stations, that is a manual operation and something that the operators need to initiate. And we did bypass some flow at the Minnesota pump station during this event. So in the case of this storm event, there were still some sanitary backups were still experienced, particularly in the shipyard's development area. So following this storm event, operations review would occurred and discussed if there were different ways that we could operate the system. So in particularly looking at the sewage, the sanitary pump stations, and looking at the plant as well, so that we could learn from this and see if there's ways to further limit backups. New procedures were documented to be followed during a similar storm. Excuse me. In the 2022 budget, staff also included some work under both the engineering and the environmental service budgets for projects that are related to looking at the wastewater system or the plant to determine prioritized projects that will help reduce the potential for future sanitary system surcharges, and then subsequently lateral backups that would occur after that. So this year for the engineering work, I will note at this time, we will experience a bit of delay in moving the engineering project forward until a new manager is hired. But nonetheless, those projects were planned to happen within or at least some of them some projects have been planned to initiate work and investigation in the 2022 budget. Many development phases in the shipyard development have what's called backwater valves installed on their sanitary laterals. So these are installed on the laterals for each of the units, and these valves will prevent wastewater from the collection system backing up into a home. However, if another sanitary system surcharge was to occur, They can also trap wastewater from the unit in the lateral, preventing it from free flowing out. In this situation, it would be important for residents to be aware of the potential sanitary system surcharge and to limit their production, their own production of wastewater as much as possible during this period. Following the September storm event, the town did respond to many forms of correspondence from shipyard residents and some representatives from the condominium corporations that are located in that development. We've met jointly with group representatives from several of the condo corporations. And at that meeting, the corporation suggested arranging ongoing meetings or communication with representatives from all of the condo corps in the shipyard development to discuss various items that residents have brought forward in the last year. And staff agreed to do so if the condo corporations are interested. And discussing, sanitary backups and the installation and or the function of the backwater valves would be one item that we would discuss with the condo corporations. So that's some of the high level information that we wanted to mention this evening, and I'll pass it back to CAO Skinner if she had anything else to add on to that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Director Slama, for those comments, and the CAO said you did a great job. She doesn't have anything to add, so that's good. Any further questions or notices of motion discussed? Well, we only pulled the one, so I think we're good. All right. So moving on to departmental updates, we have two, and so I'll ask Director Valentine. The first one is on Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act, and I'll take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you mentioned, we have two departmental updates that primarily impact the Planning Services Division. And the first is on Bill 109, which is the proposed Homes for Everyone Act. That bill was tabled by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing in response to the recent Provincial Affordable Housing Task Force report, as well as the Provincial Municipal Housing Summit. Bill 109 is presented as being part of a 4-year plan that seeks to reduce red tape, streamline development approval processes, and work with all levels of government and industry to accelerate the provision of new housing stock. The bill includes changes to a number of pieces of legislation and regulations, including the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act and more. And in tandem with the proposed legislative changes, they're also running concurrently 3 consultation opportunities. The first is investigating opportunities to increase what's known as the missing middle housing types or gentle density. And that would include consideration of support for multi-generational housing. The second consultation is on a proposed Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator Guideline, and we did hear about that in our first item related to the MZO, so it would be a similar tool to MZOs with some modifications. And then the third concurrent discussion is looking at feedback on housing needs in rural and northern municipalities. The deadline for commentary on the legislative changes, as well as the 3 concurrent discussions on the items that I just mentioned, varies in the provincial registries, but they are all on or before April the 29th, meaning that the postings were up for 30 days or less. And that does make it quite challenging with such a short time frame for most stakeholders to meaningfully digest, understand the impacts, and then contribute to the conversation. So we are suspecting that many will rely on professional organizations such as AMO, OPPPI, ROMA, and so on, who are best resourced and positioned respond on behalf of municipal and community interests. I'd like to quickly go over the proposed changes under the Planning Act that are part of this bill. So there are 4 that I'd like to summarize. The first is there's a suggestion of fees, development fees, so application fees for site plan control and zoning bylaw amendments be refunded to applicants if municipalities exceed their Planning Act timeframes within which to make a decision. So essentially, this provides a financial incentive to meet the legislative timelines. The second is the required delegation of site plan control approvals to staff. That delegation is not currently in effect at the town of Collingwood, and an extension of the Planning Act timeframe for which to make a decision on site plan matters from the current 30 days, which is very difficult for most municipalities to meet, to 60 days. And that is in recognition that the principle of development is already established at the time of site plan control, and the discussion is more around the details of how the site will function and how it will look. The third is from a subdivision perspective. The province is suggesting a one-time ability to declare subdivisions which have lapsed within the past 5 years to be deemed not to have lapsed, and also for the minister to propose regulations on what can and cannot be covered in conditions of draft approval for subdivisions. So looking at a type of consistency across the province on how conditions of draft approval would look for subdivisions. And lastly, circling back to a new type of MZO, which they are calling the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator Tool, which would be similar to an MZO as we know it and as explained earlier, but with some conditions that the MZO, or that must be met before the MZO could go into effect, and that would include public consultation, notice, and council endorsement. So as you can see, these changes and that was just the portion that impacted the Planning Act, are quite significant. And the County of Simcoe is actually considering a report tomorrow at their regular meeting, which is recommending that staff level comments be compiled from the county as well as the 16 local municipalities and forwarded collectively as a submission to the province. I can confirm that they've already reached out on a staff level and are seeking some meeting dates to have those conversations unfold. Interestingly, in that same report from the county, they make an observation that there's over 8,500 residential units that are registered but unbuilt, as well as over 2,500 residential units that are draft approved but unregistered across the county. And that does raise some interesting questions regarding some of the aspects of the perceived supply issue. Madam Chair, that concludes the first departmental update. I'm happy to pause for questions or go on to the second topic.
No, I think you can just take a deep breath. That was a lot. And I'll just see if there were any questions of you on that. I thought that was pretty thorough. And I know we had a discussion at the Affordable Housing Task Force with respect to encouraging individuals to give input from their perspectives as well, given the short timelines. So I'm not seeing any others. So no other questions. So you can move on with the next update on, the county MCR, which will be of interest for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as this committee knows, the county's MCR program is intended to bring their official plan into conformity with the province's growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. This project's been ongoing for some time, and there are similar exercises occurring across Southern Ontario at the upper and single tier level. So our last touch point with council, discounting the fact that this was quite a topic of conversation, our first item today, with our last touch point with this committee was on November 8th of last year, and that was in response to the county's request for comments on their initial draft growth management forecasts, land needs assessment, as well their work on climate change and watershed management components of their project. At that time, the staff level recommendations included an alignment of the growth projections at the county and municipal levels for a stronger focus on higher density housing types, especially within our greenfield areas. We also suggested that the county's approach to the MCR by dividing into northern and southern regional market areas shouldn't minimize the population and employment growth potential in the northern settlement areas, such as the town of Collingwood, in order to justify settlement boundary expansions in the south. And lastly, we had been quite clear collectively that an assumption that the town of Collingwood would provide infrastructure to support growth in other communities across the county is not feasible or appropriate without further investigation and support for the town as a regional hub. That was the content of the last staff report. And at that time, council as well amended the resolution and resolved to request of the county that the growth forecast for the town related to population be decreased by 15%. So fast forward to mid last week, we were made aware of the updated growth management and land needs forecast, which we referenced earlier in the meeting. And the county is holding a special workshop tomorrow with their council. It's at 1 p.m. It's not a public meeting per se, but it is open for public viewing for anyone who's interested on the county's YouTube channel. We as staff had a very preliminary opportunity to skim through the updated information. And we would note that the population projections for the town do not appear to have been decreased in accordance with council's request. And as we mentioned earlier, the major change appears to be the employment lands and job deficits were deepened by 2051. So we do anticipate that there will be a call for comments from the local municipalities, possibly as part of the next step, which is the public meeting process. And once that call comes, we will certainly provide a staff report for this committee and council's consideration. And we've also learned just during this meeting by email that the county is open to meeting with the mayor and deputy mayor and senior staff in the next 2 weeks as well, should there be any specific questions that might arise from individual municipalities. Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes the second update.
Thank you very much, Director Valentine, for that. Are there any questions or clarifications required? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Are there any... Would any other director like to do an update? I dare you. I'm not seeing any, so that's great. All right, so that moves us on to number 11, which is public delegations. And I'll ask Deputy Clerk to check in and see if there's any people wishing to speak.
Madam Chair, we do have 4 people still on our attendees list. If you wish to speak to the committee this evening, if you could please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Doesn't appear that any of them wish to speak at this time.
Okay.
I'll let you know if a hand goes up.
Okay, thank you, because we still have, oh.
Sorry?
One went up for about 3 seconds there. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not.
We're just checking here to make sure we don't have someone who wishes to do delegate.
I'm not sure if Donna Brayson would like to speak, but I can allow her to speak and to give her a couple seconds here.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hear you, yep.
Okay. First, I want to thank you very much for putting our letter on your agenda tonight. It was an excellent conversation. I guess I'm just wondering at this point where we go. I particularly found the address. Hang on just a second. To look at my notes here. I found both the address by Manager McGinty and Director Sama to be of most interest. And Director Sama did a good job explaining what happened on September the 22nd, and that there are some measures being taken to help ensure this doesn't happen again. She didn't really address too much what those were. And I guess our concern still as an association is that this will happen again. A lot of our residents are very, very concerned about building into their basements and replacing the space they had in their basement. And I know there's no guarantees on anything, but is there going to be a follow-up to this? I know you have a meeting in September to talk about the wastewater project and where that's going, but is there going to be any further follow-up on this letter that we sent?
Thank you, Basil. I'll ask staff to respond to you, and I believe it may be an opportunity to take offline and engage with them going forward. CEO Skinner, please.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. We would be pleased to follow up offline with the condo corporations individually or collectively.
Yeah, that's great. Thank
Okay,
you.
will you contact us or do we contact you?
Thank you. Via the chair, we'd be happy to reach out. We do have your letter and contact information, so we'll do so in the next few days.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so no one else has changed their mind there, Deputy Clerk Dahl? All right.
Thank you, Chair. I will call one last time. If there's anyone wishing to speak to the committee this evening, if you could please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And that would be it for this evening.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to number 12, other business. Councillor Hamlin, you had a notice of motion you wish to bring?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask a question of Director Valentine before I bring my motion? Thank you. In your report on the heritage process, you reference the possibility of a more comprehensive review of our heritage procedures, including committee composition and some other things. What is the best way for us to bring this forward, would you suggest as a council?
I can't see the
Slama,
chair, but
Director Valentine, yep, go ahead.
Oh, thank you through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Hamlin. I think in your earlier remarks would align with the staff report when you suggested that both looking at the resourcing question and or the comprehensive review of the heritage programs and committee composition would be best done through the 2023 budget. And that also does provide us with an opportunity to look more closely on how we might be able to fund that project, and in particular, whether there would be any funds remaining that unspent that were earmarked for grants or tax relief. So that would appear appropriate as a course to move forward.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful. And so therefore, Madam Chair, my motion would be that we bring forward a comprehensive review of the town's heritage programs, including committee composition and staff resources in the context of the 2023 budget.
Okay, we have your notice of motion, and Deputy Clerk Dahl will confirm when we will see that on an agenda next.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. It would come forward in the minutes of the Development and Operations Committee.
Great.
On the
Great, thank you. Is there any other business? Oh my goodness. Deputy Mayor Hall, go ahead.
It's a question of clarification as it relates to the committee. We had a report that was brought forward by the Clerk's Department that made a recommendation to remove non-voting. So specific, for example, to the BIA, they lost their voting member. I thought that report was coming back a one-year time period as a review. Is that not the case? And if that is the case, would that be an appropriate time to look at the composition overall?
Okay. Who would like to? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey, to Deputy Mayor Hall. In looking at that recommendation from that report, it was the one-year pilot was specific to the external agencies that were sitting on it. So that was that's our intent to bring that forward in the next month. But we can include that in this comprehensive review of the Heritage Committee.
Good. Any follow-up? No. Good. Okay. And Vice Chair Doherty.
Thank you. And I did have a matter under other business, but given the hour and it was not time sensitive, I can certainly hold it until our April 25th meeting.
For sure. Okay. All right. So if there's no other business, then someone else besides me is going to have to adjourn. Moved by Mayor Saunderson. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, everybody, for all of your work. It was a big meeting, so thank you.